All right, I think we're here. I haven't got a camera on me. I have to go over here somewhere. Hello. Is that working? G'day. Oh, things are hot. All right. I'm not going to muck around today. I don't have much time. Well, I've got a full brew day, but I'm running a bit late. I'm nearly up to temperature with the water. Got a couple of degrees to go. I'll just get that going. And we should be right. The grain is crushed and the salts are ready to go. I think everything's ready to go. I can't see the chat from over here. I thought I might be able to, but I'm not that good. Oh, if I take my glasses off, I might be able to. This is great. G'day, Lemo. All right, hang on. I'll just get this water heating up. Not much I can do. Not enough cameras. I might have to borrow some from Brian. Just get this water on. Start brew. You're going to hear the beeping, of course, of the grain father. It's a bit of a pain sometimes. That's all right. Let's get this water heated up. What is going on? The Grainfather software, I must say, still needs a lot of work. It's a bit sloppy. It's getting there. I don't use it for recipes. I found the water calculation thing to not be very good. Oh, there we go. Can hear beeping, start heating. And it's just a little bit sloppy still. It's getting better all the time, but all right, so we're heating up. I can come back over here. And today is a use up old hops and old grain recipe. Now it's a red or an amber ale, a hoppy amber ale, American amber, I guess. It's called Orion because it's an ode to Ryan. And if anyone remembers the XPA beer I did for Bob's Beer, well, he's moved on from Bob's Beer Ryan, but he's at another brewery. And I had to brew a red, and I had ingredients I'd bought a year or two ago for his one of his red ales called the Sunburn Ale that used to be on sale at Bob's. It probably still is, I don't know. And so I found the old hops that I hadn't used in the freezer, and I thought I'd better use them up. And I had some Shepherd's Delight Gladfield, so I'm going to use that up too. So it's not exactly his recipe. That's why I called it Ode to Ryan, and then it turned into Orion. Oh, and I keep burning myself like these kettles. They're hot. Ow. I need to turn the camera over there, I think, because there's not much use. I'll wait till once I've mashed in, I'll turn the camera over there and I'll sit over there so I can see the chat a bit better. But this shouldn't take too much longer to warm up. That's 68. I might put the salts in. I got about 22 litres. I'm using the Grainfather again today. It doesn't really matter what you use. If you used a Bruzilla or a Guten or something, you might use a little bit less water. You probably start with about 20 litres instead of 22 litres. And it's there's 4 kilo of ale malt, 700 grams of Munich 1, 600 grams of Shepherd's Delight, and that's it. I'm not sure Shepherd's Delight what a substitute, like Gladfield ales, just any sort of ale malt will do, like a Marisota or something like that. And well, Munich 1's Munich 1, it's Wyman. And Shepherd's Delight, I'm not sure. I haven't really looked. Is it like Red X? I don't know. I think it's darker than Red X because you don't need as much. This will be sort of pretty red with about 600 grams, whereas Red X you need like nearly 100%. So, well, you do need 100% unless you're using some dark crystals or something. Anyway, I'll get these salts in. I'm not going to go through the salts. There is a bit of like a cooking salt and all the usual suspects. I try not to use baking soda. For some reason, this recipe, when I put it in, says I don't need any lactic acid or anything, which is a bit strange. But I haven't brewed this recipe before, so we'll see how we go. Just waiting for it to heat up. I'll turn the camera around in a second. If I can stop kicking that chair, it'd be good. What's the chat going on? Hey, Staz, Lemo, Birdie Bro, Cloppy, Twin Monkeys, Weatherstone Shane, and I'm on the wireless mic today, so it might cut out. I'm not sure what mine is. Mine would have to be close to 10%. Might even be more. Why does that one say 550? I bumped it up again. Yeah, mine's just over 10%. It's probably like 11%. Something like that. Grainfather, where's the recipe? Oh, I was supposed to put 550 in by my recipe. Well, I put 600. So it's a little bit more. But that's all right. It's 11.3%. Rebel. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it. But if anyone worries about this sort of stuff, especially those people overseas, there is a Gladfield. If you search, I'll whack it in the chat. Gladfield, because I'm using a lot of Gladfield malts, as you've realised. Malt substitute, and they have a great list that goes through all the American ones and European malts and Australian malts and everyone else malts, and tells you what to substitute it with and how much. I think it gives you a ratio as well. And I'll grab that in a second. I can probably put it on the screen, maybe. Is there a screenshot? Yes, there is. It's here. As I said, I'll whack the link in a minute. But it goes through it all. The Bayards, Barrett Burson, Best Malts, Brees, Dingham's, Fawcett's, Joe White, Simpsons, goes through the whole lot. But I usually just use a search function because that's easy. And if I search for that Shepherd's Delight, it's the same as, or close enough to a 1-to-1 mix of extra special malt from Brees, whatever that is. I hadn't heard of that one before. Dingham Special B. Oh, I wouldn't have thought that. The Special B is pretty dark. Oh, that's like a mix. Hang on, that's something. Anyway, you have a look. Cararoma. There you go. Cararoma seems pretty close. Wyman's Cararoma. It's pretty close, except you got to do a 1 to 1.2 ratio. And Special W. I reckon Cararoma is probably the closest. But I'll whack that link in the chat in a second. Cheers, Misadventures a little. I did try to get on earlier, and I've just had troubles setting up as usual. I have to shift the whole studio to the garage, and it's sometimes it's harder than it sounds to do. And I've been trying to snag a Brewzilla Gen 4, but they still haven't come online yet. I'll miss it during my live stream. You watch it. I've been trying to snag one, and they're supposed to go live today. Your water profile is very important. It depends how good you want your beers. It will make the difference between an average beer and a great beer. But again, it depends on what your starting water is and where you want to end up. So, our water here is pretty good. G'day, Metro Mike. So I don't have to worry too much. I don't even really have to... Oh, g'day, McKen. Oh, now I know who you are. I don't have to worry too much here. I don't even really have to filter for anything unless I really want to do like a really European lager that's really got no salts in it at all. But other than that, we're really light on salts where I am in Australia, so I'm pretty lucky. Well, it's not. It's got a lot more to do than pH. I mean, all water's around 7.4 normally. It should be. It's the grains. It's the grains contain pH buffers, and they change the pH of everything. So 7.4 is pretty good. That's okay as a pH starting, but you got to know what the other stuff that's in the water, not just the pH, is the problem. All right, we must be at temperature now. I don't know what's going on. Oh, it's that slow down. It's on ramping temp to mash. It still gets a little bit slow when we're really close. Like we're at 70 degrees and we're heading for a target of 70.6. So it slows the elements right down so we don't overshoot. And that it can just take a little bit of time. I mean, if you get override easily, I'm not sure if you can or not. You could just sort of continue on. I mean, it's only 0.6 of a degree. But this is the thing when you're using the automatic settings, then you've got to wait for things. There doesn't seem to be a skip step, I don't think. Maybe in the software. Doesn't look like it's on the controller itself. Oh, I think you can. I think you can press in the software. It's a bit hard to show on the screen here. I think I can skip to the end. Skip heating. Yes, and continue. That'll do me, and now I can strike temperature reached and I can add the grain. Mash in. All right. Well, I put the salts in before. I'll just give it a stir again. I've got the right camera on. Yeah. It's all right. I'll get this out of the way for now. Well, sorry for all the clanging and banging. Take your headphones off. It's going to get noisy. And I'm not going to worry too much. I'm just going to dump her in. Oh, it helps if you put the grain basket in there, doesn't it? We're doing today without the grain basket by the looks of it. We'll see how we go. There's an experiment. Wonder if we can do that. Do you reckon we're going to clog up or not? Do you reckon we'll be right? We'll soon find out. I reckon we'll be right. No, we won't be able to get the grain out, will we? Yes, we will. We can get it out and put it into... yes, we will. We can work with this. This is good. This can show what you do, what happens when you stuff up. Oh, clang. I told you they'd be clanging. Where's my thing out there? It is. Let's see what happens here. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting. So we've gone on to the next step since we're mashed in. Not sure we're mixed up. Plenty. I probably could have dropped the water down a bit now since I put it in there without the basket. Oh well, it'll be all right. At least I can have that going on the flow. And that's it. Put the lid on. Wait for an hour, turn the camera out so I don't have to sit there. How can I do this? Oh yeah, it'll work. Behind all the junk. Oh. And if I swap the camera, there we go. Oh, look at that. That doesn't work too bad at all. Get all the junk out of the way. Oh, it doesn't matter, Birdie Brew. It'll be fine. It would have been easier if I had to put the basket in. There's nothing to worry about. I've made bigger mistakes. Whose birthday is it? Oh, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I'll have to pump the water out into the other vessel, but it'll be fine. It will be fine. Oh, happy birthday, Cloppy. What will I put it in? I can put it in the 35. I'm not going to stop it and scoop it out. They can stay in. It'll be fine. I can pump it into... What am I pumping into? Maybe the 65. Then I don't have to muck around. Yeah, I can put it into the Brewzilla. It is going to be a hoppy. Well, it's going to be an amber thing, whatever. I've done it before. No, I haven't done it in the Grainfather before. I've done it in the. It's always I get too busy talking, online live. It's the first time I've done it live though, and I haven't done it in the Grainfather before. But the Grainfather's got that good base, so it should be all right. I mean, I can't boil in there now unless I can. I can transfer the thing out, clean it out and boil in it, but I've got another vessel here, so I'll just transfer it over. Many, many ways to get around these things. G'day to the US. And the trouble is I haven't got a mute on the... Oh, I suppose I can turn the mic off there. So excuse my bodily functions. Well, it's all a bit rushed. This was supposed to be brewed on Sunday and then Monday and then yesterday and then it's been pushed to today. So, g'day, Dan. It's just been a bit of a rush. And it was supposed to be started by about 9 o'clock this morning. So it's not surprised I buggered it up. But it's good. This sort of... Otherwise, it would just be a normal brew day. And we've seen a million of those. How you doing, Skid? Every day. This is a weird setup. I'm not usually set up like this, but it seems to be working. The stream working. It looks like it's working. People are chatting. I don't know if you can see or hear me, but... I'm supposed to be drinking water, not that shit. I left full spinning once, but it took a bit, but the grain bridge. G'day, Cleveland. G'day, Beer. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that nation. Beerocus? Beercrois? Beeracrois? I don't know. We have you loud and clear. Oh, that's good, yeah, because I'm using it's the mic I usually use for recording my videos, and I've got it just plugged straight in the computer, because that camera I'm using now, when you hook it up to the computer as a cam, the mic doesn't work. Beeracrois, there you go. I knew it'd be simple. I think I haven't weighed the hops out, but everything else is good to go. And I've tried using this Grainfather. Oh, the Grainfather app wouldn't let me do it. So I had to put it into Brewfather and then transfer the recipe from Brewfather over to the Grainfather app. So hopefully I've got it. The grandfather's going to remind me to take a pH reading 15 minutes after the mash starts. Have I started the mash timer? I think I have. Yeah, I have. And then it should also remind me to go and get the mash sample, the pH sample out of the freezer so I don't freeze it. G'day, Drunk July from the UK. How you going? This is really crap in front of me. Now the kids are at school and the wife's at work for a change. First day in ages. So I thought I'd take advantage of it, but I shouldn't have rushed. Anyway, stuff happens. Is the grandfather for old people? Grandfather? No, I'm pretty happy with the grandfather, you know. Nothing. The software's rubbish. I'm still going to say that, to be honest. The recipe builder thing's a real pain to use. Even yesterday, I was like, I put my amounts in, and then you go to change it to like 4.5 kilos or something, and it lets you put in 4 kilo, and then the cursor goes silly, and then you got to go in and go try and put the 0.5 in, and it's just a real pain in the ass. Yeah, I know. I shouldn't have done this. I should have just slept. I should have just done nothing today. But I did. So it's saying we're at 66. I don't even have to bother looking at that because it's not all bunched up in the grain pipe. It's going to be fine. We'll go have a look in a minute. Now I've said it, I want to go and have a look. I should have swapped the camera over. That's going fine. I'll show you. Red already. Smells good. Although I thought I was out of Munich malt. So I was going to either just leave it out totally or I had a little bit of Vienna and a little bit of wheat I was going to throw in. But then I found some Munich malt, but it was at the bottom of one of my buckets where I've been storing my smoked grain. So the Munich malt's got a touch of smoke aroma to it. Well, I hope not too much. I hope the hops take it over. I mean, it'll be all right. It'll only be the slightest little touch if it's got any. I'm not sure it's going to transfer over to the beer, but it probably will. That's looking nice already. That's getting better flow than with the basket. It's going all right. Can't complain about that. Yep, no basket today. The basket's gone. Yeah, the hop filter plate's in. Red smoke ale, kind of, yes. No, so we're going to have to, just when the mash is finished, I'll just transfer it out. Winnie Reds. That's not a bad name for it. It's looking all right. With that sort of loose mash, I reckon the mash is probably done already. It's probably only been 10 minutes. That's 11 minutes. G'day, it was raining here earlier, but the sun's out again. Not much, not Sydney rain. Do I need to bring the... Well, you don't need to bring the temp down for quite dry hopping. I mean, there's this new trend of bringing the temp down of every yeast for dry hopping, but I haven't found it works. I did it with quake once. I brought it down to 15 degrees when Lalman started announcing to do it all the time, and I tried it and I didn't like the results. But then again, dry hopping with quake is shooting in a fish in a barrel anyway. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I find quite really can be overpowering, and I think a lot of people, not a lot, I think some people mistake the orange rind aroma of quike for their dry hop sometimes, because that's mostly what I get. It really seems to take over a lot of the dry hopping. I mean, it can work. The last one I did is not too bad. I still dry hopped at 35 or whatever it was degrees, and it turned out okay. I mean, I wouldn't go any lower than like 18 or 19 or 20. Do you need to? No. It probably won't hurt till. But the one of the reasons I don't do it is because I still like to have a tiny little bit of yeast activity when I dry hop. And so if you're dropping the temperature, then you're not, there goes your yeast activity. I mean, see, quike will probably keep going at 21 degrees anyway. But going commander, we should. Isn't mashing too soon? Isn't mashing too soon for hop filter plate? Oh, do you put it in after the mash? Oh no, how do you do that? No, it stays in the whole time. Hey mate, doing a dodgy watch from work last week here. Finished Friday. All right. Is that Joel from the shed, is it? Yeah, there's no definitive thing about dry hopping. You'll read all sorts of different things, and someone's read brew sloppy and will do it one way, and someone's read a book and do it another way, but whatever works. And I find just the old school way, I get better results than any of the new school ways. But try it for yourself and see how you go. G'day, Oz Devil. How you going? Brian will be annoyed that I'm not doing it on Vaughan, but I'm not doing it on Vaughan. It's on DLive and Twitch and YouTube. I should probably post it some places, but maybe later. I started the graphic designer at Fox Friday. Oh, nice. Well, look, hop creep. Something I haven't had to worry about, and it depends on the type of hop, whether you're likely to get it or not. And if you're kegging and it's going to be cold all the time, there's really nothing to worry about. If you're, bottling your beer and storing it warm, then you can worry about it. But otherwise, hop creep is not a problem for me. Because mine goes straight from the fermenter after cold crash into a keg, into the freezer, and I just don't have to worry, even though I still think hop creep is mostly helped along by adding your hops just before the end of ferment. And being at that warm temperature still. So if you do get the enzymes, they're likely to have done their job and done what the hop creep would have done in the bottle already. Yeah, see, I don't. If you're kegging your beer and keeping it cold all the time, you don't really have to worry too much about hop creep. If you put, canning your beer and storing it warm, or bottling your beer and storing it warm, then yeah, something to think about. But again, it's one of those things, no one ever worried about it for 40, 50 years, 60, 80. Emerald. So there is. I can't remember which ones are more susceptible or have the more of the enzyme, because they are different levels in all the different hops, and Amarillo might be one of them. But I think that if you can dry hop just before the end, sometimes it depends on your fermenter and your setup. Now I've been fermenting in the conical, the stainless, and it's harder for me to see, and my pills and that have been and tilts and that have been struggling with the stainless steel fermenter in the fridge, and then my modems being in the house, it's been struggling. So I haven't really been able to keep a close eye on them. So sometimes I've been missing that end of ferment thing. But as I said, it doesn't really matter because the way I dry hop pretty warm, I think helps it. And the fact that I keg anyway, it doesn't matter. They're all kept cold. See, I couldn't be a graphic artist for someone else because I'd do it and go, oh, that's good. I'll keep that and use it for myself. What am I brewing today? It is an amber ale. We'll say an American amber ale. I think it's going to be red. Red, amber. It's one of those things, isn't it? I went looking for the proper BJCP's pigeonhole for it, and then, it's hard to find one. G'day, PA Brew News. I know that name from somewhere a long time ago. I haven't seen it for a long time, but I'm sure I remember it. What hop combo? Well, that's the bit that's one of the bits that's an ode to Ryan, and it's although they're old hops, I'm using up old stuff, and I would never tell anyone or suggest anyone to use they're 4 years old, they're 2018 hops. For me, I'd normally throw them away, but I thought I'd use them today because I'm using this flavour. I won't use them for aroma. I'll get something fresh for aroma. It is cashmere and mosaic. See, the cashmere has gone down to half its AA in 4 years, even in the freezer. It's gone from like 8% down to 4%. I don't use wet. I would not use wet hops for dry hopping, but because you've got to leave them in for about a week, whole hops. And you're very, very likely to get, that's where the grassiness is going to come. Use your wet hops in your brew. You use your dry hops for dry hops. But go for it. Just don't muck around. Whack them in and maybe test it every day, or leave it a couple of days and start testing it. Because once it's done, all that wet green matter in a beer, that's really, people talk about grassiness. That's where you'll get grassiness from. You'll get that wet grass because it's, it's grass. There's only a tiny bit of it's the lupulin or whatever it is. I love a keg hop. No yeast or true bad taste to worry about. I mean, there's a lot of breweries. I know the Bridge Road played around with the wet dry hopping, and then they just stopped it altogether. So they don't in all their, because they do a lot of wet hop beers. Well, they have that Dark Harvest with McKellar and their Hop Harvest beer, and they stopped using wet dry hops for the dry hop because it was grassy and stuff. Too much green matter, vegetal matter. I mean, when you dry them, they've still got the same. Yeah, it is. I wouldn't advise it. No, I haven't. I've been looking to see. I've probably missed it. I've been waiting for it to go on sale this morning because it's supposed to go on sale. Has it gone on yet? No, it's still saying it's not. It hasn't gone on. I don't know what time they're doing it. They were supposed to send me one and they haven't, so I'm just going to have to try and buy one, I guess. I mean, if you dry them, it's not so bad, but wet. And the trouble is, I think the other trouble is when you're using wet hops, unless you leave them on the vine, like you'll make the brew with the wet hop, but wet hops aren't going to last a week or whatever. You have to wait. So if you have to wait, a week to use the dry hops, then they're going to be manky. G'day, Michael. You mentioned to me on the King Facebook to restrict the added-fire water, but I think my groundwater is too warm, even when chilling in it. Esky. How hot's your groundwater, Phil? Because my groundwater here is usually over 20 degrees, and I can get it down to, you know, it usually comes out a degree or two warmer than your groundwater. Then I just whack it in the fridge. If you don't have the gear for cold crashing, you probably should put it in a bag. Weigh the bag down, don't let it float. You'll get mould. That's how people get a lot of mould in their beers. No, I don't know either. I did hear 65 litre wouldn't be available till July or June or July, but it depends on supply. Like China's just gone into bloody lockdown again, so who knows what's going to happen. I still have a hop plant out the back, but I never used them, so I don't worry about them anymore. Just let them go. There's probably hops out there ready on the vine now. Hey, my bloody alarm didn't go off. Damn you, grandfather. Didn't it? 45. No, it didn't. Oh, I can take a pH reading. Hang on. Where's the cup? I tried to sneak in the dry hop. I mean the pH reading into the Grainfather software, and it looked like it was there, but it must have failed. I don't know why. Should have given me a warning. Must have lost power. Oh, hang on. Maybe that's it. No, that'll be the sparge water, I reckon. Yeah, that's the sparge water. No, I missed it because it was supposed to be at 45 minutes. It's now 37 minutes. Might turn that down a bit to take a reading, otherwise it's going to splash everywhere. It's nice and clear, far out. It actually looks clearer than with the grain basket. That's bizarre. That's the clearest I've seen any brew in the Grainfather, especially only like less than 20 minutes in or something. That's clear as. Wow, that's bizarre. I guess. Well, yeah, I guess it can't just go over the sides through those holes. It all now has to be recircling through the grain bed, so it's getting much clearer faster. All right, I just got to go and put this in the freezer. Yeah, you can still hear me until the mic cuts out. Forgot about that. No farting while I'm in the kitchen. I'm going to go and get a hop, but Mike will probably cut out. I think there'll be hops on my plant. Whoops, clunk. All right. Yeah, I got some off the plant. Only tiny this year. I didn't water it or feed it or anything. We were in Sydney all January during the growth period. Anyway, they're not quite ready. I've got my glasses on. There's a little bit there. They're Cascade, I think, from memory. Had them for years. Yeah, I know. I've got to turn the microphone the other way. Yeah, I don't know. Someone yell out because I'm going to miss it now. I was waiting at 9. I looked at 7, 8, 9, and then on the half hours, on the quarter hours, and I'm waiting here going, I've got to start the bloody stream. And as soon as I start the stream, I'll probably miss it. don't know what they're doing. I was going to ring them and say, what are you doing? I was supposed to. Oh, I didn't put that link for the Gladfield thing, did I? There's the Gladfield alternatives. If anyone's trying to brew my recipes, if you go there, that will give you the substitutes for the Gladfield. Awesome. They smell good, but they just haven't popped yet. No, they need feeding and watering. All right, what's the timer? So we'll have to go and get that out of the freezer at about 11:30. So I thought those warnings on the mash would work, but they didn't. I'm going to use the Easy Dens today. I printed a case for it. There's the first thing that a 3D printer has been useful for in the brewery, because otherwise it's all just toys, rubbish. But I printed a nice case for it. Works really well. I'm pretty impressed. I'm halfway through editing the video. They're hassling me. They gave me 3 months to upload the video, and then they start hassling me after. Sorry, Easy. After about a week of having it. Where's the video? It's like, hang on, you gave me 3 months to do the video, and I wouldn't even know how it worked in a week. I'll try to use things now before I do the videos for them, because what's the point of just, doing a video and reading out the stats from the guide or whatever, like I've seen. I tried to watch a couple of other videos, and that's what people were doing. It didn't even look like they'd hardly used them. What's the point in that? So I've used it for wine, spirits, and beer so far. So I wanted to use it for all those things before I did the video for it. Because they are expensive, but I tell you what, and I don't get any kickback or anything, they're a good little machine, the Easy Dens. I will have a voucher. When I upload the video, they will give me a 10% off voucher for everyone, but that lasts a month. But I mean, they are expensive. But, if you got the coin, they're a good little toy. Anyone that knows anything about professional brew gear, Anton Parr are the guys for brewing reading software, hardware. Oh, it actually was on the market. I didn't design it, although I think I was going to change it a bit before I did the video, but it's actually not too bad. Someone else had done it. It's up there. It's free, so because it was somebody else has had a tough case, and all he's done, someone else has just put that little thing in there, just that, it's a bit rough and ready. I could do with some, little tweaks, but it fits in pretty good. It could do with it. He even said you could put a little bit of a foam on top there to stop it. I keep pointing at the computer. I'm used to the cam being on the computer. We might as well leave that out anyway. Just makes noise. I could make a better one. Now I've had a look at how it is. I could design a better one. It's pretty easy to tell looking at the 3D, because I've been a 3D artist for a long, long, long time. And we were taught, especially because we were making 3D art for games, how to correctly make meshes for 3D art. And a lot of the people that make meshes for the 3D printing, they don't really have a clue. It's not so important. But it really makes it easier if you're importing that 3D mesh into a program to modify it if a game person has made it, because then the modifications will be easy. But you get these ones that are from CAD programs and from stuff like that, and they're a nightmare because they're in triangles. It's a long story, but anyway. Hang on, GW is 20, which is why I chill in an immersion chili and an esky before going to the campfire. Even then, I can't get it down in one pass. yeah, you got to restrict your beer out. I mean, I've always found those esky things, you know, they might help a little bit. I tried it once here. It's on a video somewhere going through ice. I don't know how much it. I mean, of course, it does work a little bit, but the water goes through there pretty fast because you. I mean, you don't have to have it full bore your water, but you have to have it, you know, moving. No, I don't like the skid. I get better results the normal way, and I'm all about results. I've tried the Scott Janish way and the Denicon. Well, it was Scott Janish that come up with it. Well, it was his studies, but he only really used other studies. But I mean, that's good. He does some really good stuff, Scott Janish. Um, but yeah, I haven't had luck with it. So try it and see how you go. But I get less out of the hops, and for me, it's more muck around. One, you got to wait till your ferment's finished. Then you got to chill your fermenter down. Then you dry hop. Now the dangers you get from that is, well, oxygen, of course, because it's totally your ferment has to be finished unless you're using a lager yeast. um, so there's just too many down points, and plus the results haven't been as good as I get the other way. So I don't. I might try it again one day, but I've tried it. I've tried dry hopping at 2 degrees. I've tried I dry hopped at ferment temp, but then brought it straight down to cold crash. So it was, you know, probably 12 hours between 18 and down to 2, and that was crap. And I tried 15, and I didn't like that either. So I tried that 3 times. Once with Quike from 35, and then 2 with I think one was Nottingham and one might have been 05 back in the thing. Yeah, there's just too many benefits, I reckon, copy of that I get in my systems anyway, of dry hopping just before the ferment's finished. There's too many benefits for doing it like that. And plus it just hasn't worked. If it was a better results, then I'd do it. But does the Anton Par you have test gravity and pH? Now it doesn't do pH, I don't think. Pretty sure it doesn't do pH. Does gravity and alcohol. And we'll have a look at it later. You don't have to do for the end of ferment. You don't have to put any calculators in. Like it can just tell. You can put like straight vodka or scotch or something in there, and it'll tell you the alcohol straight up. It does wine. Yeah. Yeah, I know Craig Tube. I was in the 17 Brew Crew, 17 Brew Tube. What is it called? Excuse my language, Brew Crew or whatever it was years ago with Craig. I haven't spoke to Craig for a while. Used to speak to him a lot. I seem to have flow problems. You'll always have flow problems in skinny fermenting mash tuns, but I mean they can all be fixed and worked around. But the skinnier your mash and taller your mash tun, the more flow problems you'll have. Is it better to add more water? Yeah, you can add more water to the mash. That's one thing that I find a lot of people jump on, to Brewfather or whatever, and Brewfather suggests like mashing in with 15 litres or something, and that's I'd never mash in. It'd have to be like a mid-strength beer, 2-3% for me to mash it under 18 litres, and even then I probably would still go 18 litres. 5 kilo grain, 20 litres, and you probably don't go much over 6-7 kilo. Might do 6.5 kilo and maybe 20, 22 litres, whatever you can fit in. Forgotten 43. How you going, mate? Is he still cracking me out? I don't know. I saw him post something the other day, but it was one of his rant videos. I didn't watch it. I haven't seen him do any brew videos. Yeah, I know PA Brew. Yeah. That's what I said. I recognised your name. Was I in the 14 one? Was that the one I was in, 2014? I don't remember. I was in one of them. I was the hub for one of them. I have seen you on the Craig Tube back. Yes, I would have been. I haven't been. Does he still do his broadcasts? I don't know. I don't get any. Is he on Vaughan or I don't know. I never see it. I guess it used to be Saturday mornings, and I started casting on Friday nights. So I was usually asleep when he was on anyway. Or I'd put it on and the wife go, "Turn off that music." Yeah. She doesn't like his easy listening music. Well, it can depend, Ronnie, on which one you use. There is a few different ones floating around. Like my one's floating around, and mine one would tell you to use a lot more water. And Vaughan Live still does he? Jesus. He's on Rumble too now and does a radio show or something. There you go. I don't even know what Rumble is. Must be old. Hang on, he's older than me, I think. Just. Maybe. Oh, I saw something about a radio thing. I thought it was just a replay of his, although it wasn't live. It was just like a podcast thing, but he was playing it on a radio, one of those radio stations or something. Australian wildlife will kill you. I stay in the States. Danny Threat is my fellow. Yeah, I did see some post about a radio podcasting, but he said it was a replay or it was a post. So I just assumed that he does a show somewhere and then, uploads it or records it live and then he replays it later or something. Yeah, I don't know what Rumble is. Too old. Quick, got to check the Gen 4. Know what they're doing. My settings must be on. I can only see my chat. Oh, Forgotten 43, because most people are chatting in YouTube at the moment. I can see both YouTube and Twitch, but yeah, most people are on YouTube. I would think so. Big like if I had to choose one, I would probably choose the 65. I wish they did a 40, but the other thing you got to think about is I think the 65 will be 15 amp again. So that's don't quote me on that. I haven't had a look, but I'm assuming. Yeah, pH reading. I think I got about 3 minutes. I'll go and grab it. YouTube and Rumble is mainly just on each end of the spectrum. Oh, you mean? I see what you mean. Like, is Rumble for the the non-conformers? I don't know. There's still crazy people on YouTube. Well, Craig's on there. That's a joke. I know what you're talking about. Well, wide is always better to a point. Like, I mean, if you if you're brewing 2% or 3% beers in a 65, then your mash bed's probably only going to be that thick, and that's not good. You want a decent depth of mash, but I mean, then if it gets too thick, then you'll have the flow problems. And stir it. Don't be afraid to stir your mash. I have a buddy that lives in rural Queensland. He told me he found a brown snake in his kitchen. I asked him how he knew what colour it was, because it would have got. There's tons of brown snakes around here. I haven't seen any in my shed, thank Christ. Like that's I find this grainfather size really good. I mean, it could be a touch bigger because it would make it a little bit easier to do a full 2 batches. But you can. I haven't uploaded that video yet. It's on the Patreon, but if you just add a little bit of water back to it near the end, and account for it, and add it near the end of the boil, then I got 46 litres out of it. So out of the 40 litre, so. One of the kids left a brown snake in the dunny. A toy brown snake. Oh, no, I see what you mean. No, yeah, mine are always doing it. I can't. I'm live. I can't talk about it. I had a story about that, but I can't. What am I going to put it in? I reckon I'll go in the 65. It's just easier. I can just leave the HLT there and pump it over the 65. I'll go and get the sample out of the freezer and try not to swear while I'm in the kitchen or do anything. This door's going to blow shut again. Now, I've forgotten to calibrate my pH meter again, and I haven't got time to, do all up the pH calibration fluids. I had one down here, but if you don't keep them in the fridge, they go off really quick. And then if you keep them in the fridge, you've got to remember to pull them out of the fridge, the night before your brew day, so they're not freezing cold. And I always forget, and I always leave them in the shed, and then I go to use them, and they go funky. I don't know if you can tell. Yeah, you can. That grey stuff on the bottom. I'm not going to stick my pH meter in that. There's my water sprayer. I always have a water sprayer as well as my Star Sen sprayer, but don't get them mixed up. Some distilled water in it, and I use that. Oh, I need a paper towel or something. Oh, this will do. Try not to really rub the bulb. And get in. Glass, I can't see. Turn it on. I find it strange it didn't ask for any lactic, although I'm assuming because the Shepherd's Delight's quite a dark malt, and I used a fair bit in it, that's bringing the pH down. It must have too, because it's saying 5.3 and dropping. And Brewfather was saying 5.2, and I usually go most of the time just a little bit under what Brewfather says. Yeah, I am. I'm down 5.1. Yeah, about 5.1. What's even going lower now? This is going to be a dry beer. Oh, I think this needs. It was a new This bulb had only been used twice. I had to replace it. I know anyone that was here. Was it a live brew day or a recorded brew day? I went to stick this in the coffee cup and broke the bulb on the edge of the coffee cup, so I had to replace the bulb. And I've calibrated it twice since then, but I think it just needs a couple more. Yeah, we're a little bit low. 4.9. I don't know. You're not going to see it from over there. Oh, you can just. 4.98. So we're a little bit low, but that's all right. That's all right. Not too low. Rinse it off. But I say it needs a calibrate. That's something I forgot in my rush. G'day, Trouble Brewing. Oh, I started brewing a bag, and then I went to 3 vessel, and then mostly now it's single vessel. Well, I suppose it's 2 because I got the I use a separate HLT, but it's just so much easier and cleanup's easier, and yeah. And the beer, there's no difference in the beer. How you doing, Matt Ashman? All right, let's go and have a look. I'll dump this back in. I know you can't see from up there, but that is crystal clear. Oh, it's going all right so far, till I've got to get that out because I didn't put the grain basket in. That's all right. I'll just pump it into another thing. What can I brew? Just get treated for your gout, man. And then drink beer. Gout tablets are wondrous things. Get your heart checked too. They've just said, I shouldn't say the gout is related to heart condition too or something. But, all right. So the pH meter can go away. That is finished with. Saved me making a mess today.
Hey.
Oh, hang on. Hey, was that means I might have got an email. Is that the email saying it's on sale? Well, look, my favourite lagers are 100% lager malt, but and just bitter it to, well, depending what you like. I like them up a little bit, It depends on your alcohol, how bitter you have it, but they've got to be 20, at least 20 for me, 20 to 30 IBUs, and most of the time 100% Pilsner malt. Depends what you're after. With Latra, you might want something there. One of my friends that lives around the corner, did my like the VB clone I did, and he used Latra, and I actually couldn't tell, but he had a lot of he used my flavour Pride of Ringwood edition, which I wouldn't do unless you like Pride of Ringwood. I think I say that in the video. If you don't want the big Pride of Ringwood, leave out the flavour edition. And I couldn't taste the Latra, which was probably the first time I had had a quack beer and not be able to taste the quite, but it only had one beer too, so he bought over one bottle. So, but I mean, you can do a pseudo lager. You can use ale malt too; it'll give you a little bit of flavour. There's nothing too much here. A bit of Munich. Munich's always good in everything. I try and put it in everything. Munich or Vienna. I prefer Munich. Some people prefer Vienna. Nothing wrong with throwing in anywhere from a kilo to, or 500 grams to a kilo. which is what's that, a pound or 2 pound, even more. But oh, did you? What pressure? Oh, I don't do anything under high pressure. I wouldn't go over 10, but you know, I wouldn't. 15's the max I'd go, but mostly I ferment all my stuff around between, around about 5 psi, 5 to 10. The idea with the Latra is I think it's pretty clean, even without the pressure ferment. But I like to pressure ferment everything just to keep the oxygen out, make everything better. When are they going to put this thing on sale? Do you reckon it'll be 12 o'clock? They're messing with us. Has anyone made any comments on the page? Oh, I don't mess around like that. Because that's another thing that I hear a lot about is, a couple of PSI or whatever, stifling flavours, and I haven't had that. I haven't had that problem either from my testing. I mean, the only one I don't is when you're doing a hef and you're really, really chasing banana. But I still think that even 1 or 2 psi, you wouldn't affect it anyway. I'm not one of those. I don't do pressure fermenting to ferment at high temps to suppress esters. That's. I mean, if I had to, I'd try it. But yeah, you do. You've got to have it right up there. I mean, there was a study that Chris White did from White Labs or whatever, I think, and he said like 15 psi will suppress some of the bad stuff and it'll still let good stuff through. And if you go up to like the 2 bar 30 psi, which I wouldn't recommend anyone do, that suppresses everything. That suppresses bad and good. So the way I always see it is, under 1 bar and usually all right. And I like to, I don't need, and because I dry hop a lot, and especially if you're dry hopping for NIPAs, you don't want 10 psi in it, because when you dry hop, it's going to volcano out. So I started going, I used to always go about 10, and now I just go, it's about 5. So you can put the pressure up near the end if you like, but if you need to dry hop mid ferment, don't do high pressures, or you're going to end up making a mess. Yeah, well, see, that would be a reason that if I was finding that I couldn't chill my fermenter and my lagers were tasting like rubbish because it was too hot, then push up the pressure. All right, so our pH was okay, was a little low. It must be there was bugger all salts in it. There was like 5 grams of the one that lowers the pH, the sulfate. So that's bugger all. It must have been the Shepherd's Delight drops the pH, because otherwise I usually have to add a heap of 5 to 6 mil of lactic acid usually goes in my beers to get it down to 5.23, even 5.4. But what I should do instead of is, since I've got to empty this into another vessel, we'll get that other vessel ready. Luckily they're clean. And I'll try and turn this around if I can find the right thing. Might go a bit more this way because that's where I'll put it over here. Can I go out back a bit? That's about as far as I can go. If I didn't have another vessel, I'd just empty this into buckets like my old 3V, put in the buckets, get the grain out, give it a wipe, and then pour the buckets back in. Which I've done in the, what did I do that in? The Brew Day from Hell video, I think it was. Which was the Brewzilla first brew, or I don't know if it was the Brewzilla 3 or Brewzilla 2, I can't remember. I didn't use any ryesols this time. Excuse my back. I'll just whip that out. All right, what do we got there? Oh yeah, let's see that. And what do we got from the top? Oh yeah, I'll just move that over a bit. That's all right. Yeah, I wasn't just sure about the Shepherd's Delight copy because it's not, it's not super dark. But obviously, it's dark enough to lower it a fair bit. No, so that'll be alright. Just got to go to mash out. Mustn't have long to go. Oh, it's only got 3 minutes till mash out. I might skip mash out, just in case it scorches the grain on the bottom. That might be a good idea. I might actually just transfer it now. There's only 2 minutes left of the mash. That is nothing. How am I going to do this? Alright. Oh, the idea was I put the hose in the bottom of my HLT down here because I knew by the time I was going to use it for the whirlpool that this would be half empty. And this would keep it all sanitised because it's in hot water in my sparge water. Oh, and I'm going to have to sparge. Oh, that's all right. Sparge on the fly. That's okay. We can do this. This is going to be interesting. I forgot about the sparge. I could just top it up, but no, we're going to sparge on the fly. Just let me get this. Let's see how we go, eh? The doctor. The doctor. All right. We're going to move it. Stop flipping around. Yeah, so if we pump through there and then I pump through the top, that'll work. That'll work. So let's turn that pump off. I'm going to actually stop it totally. We'll stop it totally, the whole grandfather program, since the mash is just about to finish. How do I stop it? Stop it. Edit, reconnect or remove. No, I don't want to do any of that. I just want to stop it. No, I don't want to heat to skip heating. Yes. Skip sparge. Skip timer. Lift grain basket. All right, we'll just leave it there for that. And I'll get the hose from my HLT, as long as that siphon doesn't start, which you've got to watch sometimes even though the pump isn't on. I might just turn it off just in case. Luckily, I don't know if you can see, just here in the top corner, my hose is just poking out. So I can get that without burning my fingers, which is good. Oh, I wonder if this one's a... No, it's bigger. All right. Can you see what's going on? Probably not. If I raise that up a bit, you might be able to. That's a bit better. And you can see the HLTs here, full of hot water. That's what we've been mashing in. And we're going to go into the 65 because I didn't put the grain basket in. So that will be able to go. That pump off? Still water in that. Oh yeah, it is off. Take that out. Put that in. I should have wet it, but I thought it would be wet already. That's alright, it's going down into there. I might just, thinking on the fly, just stick that on there just to make sure that doesn't go anywhere. Look, what's that? Is that heating up? Whoa! I stopped you from heating up. Why are you heating up? I thought I'd stop the program. Yeah, it shouldn't be. No, it shouldn't be heating. It shouldn't be heating. Finish sparge. Finish sparge. Come on, program. Skip the boil. Skip the heating. Skip that. Come on. I don't want you to boil. Mongrel thing. I'm just going to have to turn it off and on, I think. Keeps going back to the program. Even though I keep trying to skip things. And I'll shut this app so it's not going to, hopefully it doesn't take over again. Do it manual. Alright, where are we? Before I start, because this is going to be like sparging on the fly, just check my water level and we're just over 30 litres. Where's that jar gone? Jug, I should say. I just get my level to 30 litres, that way I know how much I'm going to be sparging with. Because I think from memory I need to sparge with about 13 litres. So that'll be from 30 down to 17. And I should, can you see? It's a bit hard to fit everything in. But I'm going to be ready with my glove because it's going to get hot. Want my glove? Alright, so I'll turn the pump on. I'm just going to turn the pump off up here first. Turn it on. I'm just going to pump slowly. Oh, I've got to turn the power back on. Help me turn the power back on. Should ask me if I want to be controlled by, no, I don't want it to be controlled by, I want it to control here, manual. Yep, cool. Now I can turn the pump on and just go kind of slow into there. Oops, I've got a little bit of grain, but now it's clear. There was only like a little, I don't know, spitball of grain in the thing. I should have cleared that first like I normally do. That's alright, now we're filling up. Just make sure my tap's turned off, tap's off. And I can watch in here and start sparging. Once it gets down a little bit, I'll let some water out first. And I need to sparge down to 17. I've got 30 litres left here, down to 17 here, that'll be 13. Sorry, talking to myself, just working things out in my head. And we should be pretty good. I might go a little bit more because we'll have a little bit of leftovers. So I might go like 13.5, 14 litres. And I'm usually overshooting my numbers in the grain father anyway. I can't seem to dial the mongrels in. Can't see any water in that yet. And still looks dry down the bottom, but there is about a 10 litre gap down the bottom, I think. From memory, 11 litres maybe. Oh, I'll be able to use my whirlpool arm now, too. I haven't built a whirlpool arm for this yet, I just use this. It works pretty well, but... Alright, how's this going? We must be getting close. Yeah, alright. Now we're starting fly sparge. I have actually done this in the Brewzilla version 1, or it was a Robo Brew then. I did a fly sparge, but I found I didn't really get much benefit from it. And it was very similar to this. So I did have the basket in, but I had a bucket down below, and I collected the wort in a bucket. And then when I was finished, I pulled the basket out and poured the buckets of wort back in and boiled. So yeah, fly sparging. It can be done if it's what you want to do. I know they always say, even in the Grainfather book, and every book about sparging, to keep about an inch of water above your grain bed. But I find in most single vessels, especially thin ones like the Robo, like the Brewzillas or the 35 litres or the Grainfather 30, they're kind of too thin. And once you start really banking the water up on top, it compresses the grain bed and you get less flow. And I find you want to keep it wet, but you don't want too much water on top because it compresses the grain bed. I won't have a problem here because we're nice and wide and we're not that thick. But that's a bit of a tip because everyone will always say an inch, which works really well if you're using an esky, an old school manifold or something like that. But in the skinny single vessel systems like the 35 litre here or the G30 or whatever, having an inch of sparge water on top can be problematic. This all seems to be going quite well. That pump's still pumping out down there, isn't it? Yeah, going good. This turned out to be a good little experiment. And put a little bit of fun into the brew day too, let me tell you. I'm just using the false bottom at the moment. And besides, like if I had have remembered just to flush that first, 50 mil out of the hose, I haven't got any grain in it besides that. It's probably clearer. It's clearer than the proper way. Now this is just the hop filter down there at the moment. But I didn't mash out because I had a feeling that mashing out those elements would have got really, really hot and maybe scorched the grain. So I didn't do a mash out, but that's okay. This water here is nearly 80 degrees anyway. It was 78 degrees. It'll be doing the mash out for me. Except down there it'll be continuing to mash. So I should have the elements on down there. I'm just a bit unorganised. It's not plugged in yet. I've only got one 15 amp extension lead at the moment. Well, I've got two, but it's not plugged in. I'd have to unplug everything up there, so I can't turn the power onto both of them yet. I'll wait till I've emptied this and then I can turn the power onto that. And see, all that stuff matters. If you've taken all the time on a brew day, say you're brewing a big stout or even an NIPA or something, and you've mashed at 69 degrees or something like that, to get, you know, to try and get a bit of body and stuff left in your wort, and then all of a sudden you're sparging into a bucket or lautering into a bucket, and that drops temperature, then the mash is going to continue in there. And so that might get down to 61 degrees. If you're after a thick beer, then you've destroyed a lot of the hard work you've done, because those enzymes will continue working down there if you haven't mashed out. That's the reason for mashing out. I know a lot of people skip it these days, but if you don't mash out, those enzymes can continue to work on that beer down there. I'm not worried about this beer because I'm not looking for a stout or, you know, anything like that. So if you don't mash out and you spend all that time mashing at 69 degrees, and then you're just sort of sparging into buckets or your kettle, and that wort's cooling down, it will continue and to break down all those sugars you're trying to keep. And that's why mashing out is important. And if you can't mash out, then make sure you get this, if you're sparging, get it in there. Have I gone too far yet? No, I haven't. I'm going to turn it up a bit. We've got, that's 10 litres. We've only got, I'll put 14 through. Only got, and we won't get as good drainage. So yeah, I'll go to 14 litres, because we won't get the drainage that we normally would out of out of the basket. Might even go 15 litres. I guess it depends on how much we've got in here. We're only at 20 litres so far. And we're guessing we're going to need to go to at least 30 litres. It's all a bit of a guess when you're doing new stuff, but we'll see how we go. There's the 13 litres. That was what I would normally do through the basket, but since we're doing something a little, I haven't. If I had a tap on down the bottom there, I can empty out the tap, but I don't do that till I'm cleaning. What I'll do is I'm going to just keep going in here, and I can stop. I'll keep putting sparge water in at least another. That's 15 litres. I'm 2 litres over what my normal sparge is, but I still want to get my pre-boil volume, which is going to be, as I said, it's going to be hard because this isn't going to drain the same as it would in the basket. But we'll stop there. That's 15 litres. That's 2 litres over what I normally would. I still don't think that's going to be enough, but you never know. If it was gravity, I'd be fine, but now the pump's going to start fighting. So I might just back it right off. Hopefully that's enough to keep it going. I just have a feeling this pump's going to struggle. And once it stops, if I get air in there, I probably won't get it going again. Don't know. We'll see, eh? See, if I had it planned and knew I was doing this, I would have attached it. I don't know if you can see on the camera. Yeah, I would have attached a tap here, and then I could gravity drain out. But because I didn't know I was doing this, I didn't. Oh, I'm still unsure whether I should continue sparging just to make sure I get my volume without mucking around. Because once I lose the suction on this pump, I'm buggered. Yeah, I don't trust it. I'm gonna put some more in. You can't see if it's still draining, can you? Someone tell me if it stops draining. So I have to come over here. That's going all right now. I don't know what my pre-boil is supposed to be. I'll pump. I'm sure it'd have to be. It's a 25 litre batch. It'd have to be nearly 30. It'd have to be nearly 30 litres. Have to be. Probably don't need that much. We're about 27 litres now. I wonder if I can quickly, before that stops working, stop running water out, duck over here and see what my pre-boil is supposed to be. I'm sure I'm just not used to the G40 numbers yet. Well, it's saying 31.5. So, yeah. Well, it's getting a lot lighter. I don't want to start pulling out. Whoop. Oh, that was the wrong knob. That's all right. It's all right. It's definitely coming out a lot lighter, which is what it's supposed to do, I guess. There's still plenty of water in there. And 29 litres. Oh, I can't remember on this one if the Brewzilla and the Grainfather, one of them reads a litre higher, which is this one. I think this one reads a litre lower. But I'll be right. If I get to 32 litres, I'll be happy. Which I should do. It's only another litre and a bit. Damn it. This is why brewing in a single vessel is better than a 3V, because in a 3V, you usually don't have a basket. You've usually got a keg full of hot grain that's a real pain in the butt to clean out. Well, that's what I'm going to have here. That's 31 litres. We'll go to 32, eh? I don't know how my numbers are going to be. As I say, I can't remember if this 32 is 1 litre up or 1 litre down. If this reads 33 at 32, then this one must be down. That's all right. It's going to be close enough, eh? All right, there's 32.5 litres. That'll do. We'll just stop it there. The only trouble with over-sparging like that, this was gonna be a lot lighter to move, but now it's not going to be light to move. It's full of water. Lucky it's got sturdy handles, but I did tape the. Oh, that's all right. There's plenty of things to go. Just make sure nothing's in the way. I could drag it across. No, I won't. I'll turn it off though. Unplug it. this is going to be the test. Lift this one up. Do me back. Here we go. Done. And that's cleaner wort than I've ever got out of the grandfather before. Funny that, isn't it? Right, the pump goes off, the heaters can go off here. Well, actually, no, these heaters, that's going to clean me. I use that to clean my chiller. I'll adjust the camera in a second when I can see it. I can't see it. Oh, bugger that. I'm going for volume, not for running gravity. I don't want to be boiling for hours. I've got to go and pick the kids up from school. Oh, I don't usually do this. All right. I'll just get the heat onto that, get it started heating up to the boil. Hope she still works. She hasn't been on for a while. Come to the boil, yes. And put them all on, eh? And once it gets, that's probably, once it gets a bit mixed up, I'll take the pre-boil. All right. Oops, I've turned my other camera around. There we go. Look at that. Magic. Thanks, Brian. Turn the camera around for me. All right, has this thing gone on sale yet? Have I missed it? No, what are they doing? Has anyone asked the question yet in the group? Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go, 2 hours ago. 35 brews alpha. We are in process of upgrading firmware with some also. We feel it will boost the brew. So we've got no ETA. What's he say? When it's ready, online. Sons of bitches. All right. Yeah, look, I knew they had to update the firmware. That was because when I went out there, they were all there. I saw the pile of them. Like, they've been there a long time. They've been there for many months, to be honest. And but they just needed this firmware update, apparently. So I've been waiting. Thought they would have done it by now. I don't care about the firmware. See what happens with automatic stuff? Like today, bang, no use to me. It nearly stuffed up the brew. The automatic. Manual. Oh, they're smelling better now. No, still not ready. I don't think he works there, does he? Isn't he the pill guy? Although I guess, but what you're saying, he would be working on the back end, but I don't think he works. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I guess. I didn't look to see if the 65. I have a feeling the 65 aren't in the country yet. I think because they said they last I heard it was like June or July or something for the 65. It's a hoppy red ale, amber ale, American amber, something like that. Oh no. Oh well, it's not an all no, but I can't use my chiller. Oh yes, I can. I could use my other chiller. I got two. Actually, I got about five. But, oh, well, that'd be fine. That'd be fine because this is actually set up to go from there to there. Yeah, that'd be fine. All right, hang on. I'll whack the other camera on. And move this camera over a little. So this has still got like, I don't know, what's that, 10 litres or something in the bottom? Probably more. I would usually have more. No, it's a bit under 10. It'd usually have more, but I oversparged. Anyway, you saw it. And so that's 78, but I just usually bump it up to about 85, 90. Temp. $90 degrees. And what that will do is sanitize my chiller while I'm boiling. I don't have to run hot work through the pump going when I'm boiling because that's not good for the pump. Is that off? Yeah, it is off. I'm not dragging hops down through the pump or blocking the filter plate or anything. I'm just running hot water, leftover hot water. Don't ignore the red and blue taps there for the hose later. That'll do. Where's that clamp gone? Yeah. And I just use the pump here to make sure everything's hooked up. I didn't burn myself, yes. So I just run this hot water through. I usually leave it going most of the boil, but you probably only have to do 5 minutes. But just make sure that it's clean. Clean it after your brew day. I mean, then I could have just filled it up with Star Sand. I probably, because I know it was cleaned properly, and I've had the ends blocked off so bugs and that can't get in it, you probably wouldn't even have to sanitize the bloody thing. It's all about the clean. All right, so that's that going. Leave that for 10 minutes or so, and that'll be sanitized, ready for the thing. Ah, yeah, that'd be good. One bloke. Good to see. Nah, no rye. I did think about rye. Most of my red ales start with a rye, and then I run out of rye, and then I keep brewing them. So, and then the rye's sort of gone from the recipe, and yeah. But no, there's no rye in this. It's just ale, Munich, and Shepherd's Delight, which is like a cararoma, and that's it. I better weigh out some hops though. The only trouble is they're old hops, which I'm not happy about. I don't like using old hops in hoppy beers, but since it's a red, it's going to be malty anyway. So, yeah. It's just judging the hop age, because as I was saying before, this cashmere is 7.5%. I put in the hop age tool at 3 years, even though it's 4 years of it, it went down to 4%, so it's nearly half its alpha acids, and so you're taking a bit of a crapshoot. But I guess hops are always a bit of a crapshoot when it comes to bitterness. G'day, Aiden. Very hard for me to brew without rye. Look, I don't mind it. I like rye in a red, but you know, I don't need to have it. Yeah, they're stored right. They're just styled. I even leave them in the packet like that half the time when I put them into these. Just gives it. I think it gives a little bit of extra protection. Hop cups. Everything's moved around. Oh, no, they're not. If they smell like onions, I'll get more out of the freezer. I don't have to use these ones. I have a feeling these will be fine. And I wouldn't use them for dry hop, but flavour, they'll be fine. My Magnum's not. My Magnum's 220. Sometimes I plan for brews and they just get away from me. $10 grams of Magnum. And also when I do that, because of these are big vacuum seal bags, I can put 2 packs in, which I will in a minute. And 20 grams each of cashmere and Cryo Mosaic. Well, that Magnum, so I haven't opened up. These are the 4-year-old ones. But as long as they've been packed properly, hopefully they're nitrogen flushed. The cashmere smell fine. Cashmere's Australian. I'm not really used to the there's no bad smell. They're a hop I haven't used very often. They look good. They're not fluffy or, well, you know, you're going to look about to see. They're not, you know, how they get that sort of fluffy look and go yellow. They're still rock hard and green, which is a good sign. Thanks, bit of reality. And this is Cryo Mosaic. I thought I only just bought this stuff. I don't know why it's 2018. That smells good. That smells like Mosaic. Was it still 20 a Cryo? Just let me check my recipe. It was going to be all Mosaic, and I thought, come on. I only made the recipe last night. Yeah, I still use 20. Yep. But even this, in the hop calculator, it went from 22 alpha down to about 17. So that Mosaic doesn't lose as much potency as the cashmere does. Some hops, you know, you lose a lot. There's going to be mostly Mosaic, but Mosaic goes well in a red. I was going to say, this looks yellow, but I forgot it's Cryo. Cryo always looks a bit more yellow than, and a bit more powdery than normal hops. T90s. Alright. It doesn't look like 40 grams, does it? Guess it is, though. I tried to... Look. Well, I'm not quite sure what you said. I must have missed something there. Oh, and I dropped my vacuum sealer the other day. Oh, sorry, this is going to get noisy because I've got my microphone on. There's not much I can do. Hopefully this microphone lasts the brew day. I've never tried it more than an hour or two, so Close your ears. Oh, hang on, I'll mute it because that vacuum machine is going to be loud. So watch the brew mic. Tell me when it's boiling. Well, it's nearly there. Come on, machine. You can do it. One of the clips is broken on one of the sides of the sealer, so you've just got to sort of hold it the right way. Still works. I actually didn't drop it out of my hand, it fell off one of my stacks of the boxes. One more. Always double seal my bags. Done. Is this the right one? Oh, yes, the right one. I was going to go way out. I was going to use, I hadn't even heard of it before, Kazbek. Because they're all new hops. All new hops. So spicy lemon, grapefruit, floral. So then I looked into it. And it's European. So European hops, I don't know, they never taste as good as, well, you know, in IPAs there's most American hops and Australian hops and New Zealand hops. But this one says it's similar to Saz or SARS. So I didn't want to make a hoppy beer if it's going to be like that. They reckon it's all right for dry hopping. But I'd keep it out of the boil. I was disappointed. That's what I was going to use and had to do something new. But if you read the short description, it sounds awesome. But if you look a little bit deeper, it sounds like you've got to be a little bit careful. That's like a lot of the newer hops, not even the American ones, and that you're best to keep a lot of them out of the boil or right at the end. I should throw me 2 hops in from the garden. Are we boiling it? Are we boiling it? Well, we're going to be close. What temp are we at? No, we're in circles. Oh, we're still at 83. We've still got a bit to go. I still won't take my pre-boil until it's boiling. It's the only way I know it's really mixed. I just get so many random. Oh, I'm not going to stir with that. That's got grain all over it. Yeah, wow, this is much cleaner wort. That's as clear as a bell. I think that is, like, as much as the basket of the G40 is a good thing, like it has some good things about it, those holes in the side, I think, let too much work down the side, down the edge of the grain bed, and you don't get quite as good filtering. And I've got no junk in this. There's only that, like, you know, as I said, spitball of junk. I should have, but I can't find it anyway. It got out of the hoses before I started the transfer. I should have just cleared the hose. That looks nice. That looks nice. Lovely colour. I don't know if you can tell, but it is lovely. I'll go and get a glass of ice water so I can cool down my samples. Why has this stopped? Did I stop it? What's going on here? Oops, I've lost power. And that will be because of this. I've got it in a, as I said, a different setup today, and this power board trips out. There we go. I'll just use one element instead of two. That's through one of those little bloody 10-man kitchen power boards, and I forgot about that. So because it was only HLT, I was only using one element. I turned them both on then before accidentally. That won't trip it. There we go. Oh. Back going again now. I didn't hear that click off. Usually I hear it. I'm not going to worry about firm cap today. Although I reckon it helps in the ferment too, but I think a little bit carries over. But I could be wrong. Oh, I don't use a socket. I don't do smash beers very much, Beeracoy, and the reason is that, well, one, I rarely brew them, and when I'm testing a hop, I'd rather test it in like my pale ale base or my IPA base, so I've got a clear understanding of how it works in my base rather than how it works just with a 100% ale malt. And even then, still, most hops are they just benefit from being mixed. I mean, I get the learning part of it. I get the learning part. But I don't get the smash thing. I don't get the single malt. There's some beers that are, as I said before, like a Pilsner or something, but I'd much rather test a hop in a malt profile that I know. I got a 15 amp socket here in the garage. I was very lucky that this is a rental property, but just on the other side of this wall is the power board. The fuse box, as we used to call it. Well, even again, Skid, I just think you can tell without having to do a smash. Like if you're just tasting the malt, you just taste it. Taste it dry, and you can usually tell. And I think they're harder beers to get right, and that's why I always not argue but debate people when they say do an easy beer, a smash is easy, but they're harder to get right. They're harder to get right unless you're using like say you use Maris Otter all the time. But then what's the point of doing? If you're using a Pilsner malt and you're trying a hop like Citra or something, you're going to have to tread really lightly. Those big hops with a light beer like that, you're going to have to tread really lightly, or it's going to get too bitter and overpowered. So they're not easy. because the recipe has less ingredients, the brewing part's all the freaking same. It could be 10 different malts in there. It's not going to make the brew day any harder. Hop teas, I'm not a fan of hop tea at all. Hop flavour, there's a little bit of a chemical reaction that goes on with hops and malt, like the stuff in the wort, and helps the hop, it sort of clings to it, at least temporarily. Whereas if you do it in water, it hasn't got that, and you also extract a lot more bitterness. So the more gravity you got, the less bitterness you get from hop, and it also, the hop clings to it better. So I don't like hop teas. I don't see the point of hop teas really. There's no, this was nearly going to be a dip hopped beer, and that's close to a hop tea, I guess, but different. Oh, thanks, Mike. I'll talk to you later. Dip hops where you put your hops, say, in the bottom. You need a stainless fermenter, though. That's why I've been waiting to do a video on. I've been waiting for years. I'm finally going. So you put some hops in your. Is that starting to boil? Sounds like it. You put some hops in the fermenter, and when you're doing your boil, you get it up to the boil, I think, or I have to reread it. It's been a couple of years since I read it. And you pour that on top of the hops in your fermenter. Then you continue on with the boil, and then when you finish your boil and you cool it, you put that on top of the hops and wort in the bottom of your stainless fermenter. That's dip hopping. That's close to a hop tea, I guess, but again, it's not water. There's nothing wrong, like I guess a hop steep, as long as it's not water. Mix a little bit of dry mold in it or something. Oh yeah, the 15%. What I was saying is the fuse box is on the other side of the wall, and there was a power point on this side of the wall that works the garage door. So I was pretty lucky, right? So I just got a mate who was Sparky, and all I had to do was buy, 2 meters of the, which was too much anyway, but 2 meters of the 3mm wire, or whatever it was, 2.5, 3mm, I can't remember, but I don't think it was 3mm. More heavy duty wire, and a 15 amp socket to put on the wall, and a 32 amp breaker for the board. And it was a 10-minute job. The breakers these days clip in. You don't even have to screw them in. You clip them in. You have to hook the wires up to the rails. And all we did was we pulled the wires out of this power point in here and bypassed it. So the normal 240 a 10 amp circuit just continues on past there. We put the new wires and swap the power point over to a 15 amp and put the new wires directly to it. And so that's it. It was like a 10-minute job and cost $60. And I think we bought stuff we didn't need. So lucky it was a mate, but seriously, it was so easy. If you're a long way from your power board, then you're going to have to run, the wire, obviously, the more heavier duty wire to wherever your thing is. But yeah, that's all I need, Len. I don't need any more. Yeah, the only smash beers I brew were Pilsners. Yeah. And then I usually do a decoction. Yeah, skid. Yeah, 2 or 3 is good. Keep it simple. There's no point going overboard. Like you see all those recipes in magazines, but you got to remember they're made to sell bloody different malts and things. I haven't got any plans yet. Yeah, I don't know if I'm allowed to say anything, but I'm not. Yeah, I haven't got any plans. I know they're getting a visitor in, but I don't know if he'll do one. I don't know if he knows anything about brewing at all, to be honest. But I'll stop there. Look, I just think whenever I've tasted a smash, I go, oh man, this would be really good if it had a little bit of, bit of a tiny bit of maltiness to it, like a bit of Munich in it, or you know. I don't often use, I hardly ever use crystal malts anymore. I like heavy crystal malts, and if I do, it's only a little batches. Well, I'm talking about pale ales and IPAs. So in something like this red, I'd probably normally use. But the Shepherd's Delights, you may as well say it's a crystal malt anyway. Well, it is a crystal malt. In reds, and that you use a lot, and my stouts, of course. But in my IPAs and pales, I've pulled it right back. No, I will do a brew day at Kegland, but it's not going to be able to be for probably about a month. I'm sort of tied down and got a few things on. I've got a few things on and school holidays, so my wife will probably be working, and I'll have the kids, and that's in about a month. In 3 or 4 weeks school holidays, and we're going away because we can't afford to go away during school holidays, so we go away like a week before it, so things are cheaper. But this week we had to go 2 weeks before it to get cheap accommodation. So we're going on school holidays 2 weeks before school holidays, and we'll get back for a week, and then they've got school holidays. So I'm going to be with the kids. You need a better mic. Which mic have I got on? This one. Probably batteries are probably running out. Wouldn't be surprised. Someone was saying how good this mic was before. Is it too loud? Maybe I'm bottoming. Doesn't matter. Well, most of them don't taste like the description, I reckon. A bit bassy. I haven't got any effects on it. It's just straight in the computer. My voice is a bit dry. I need a drink. Are we boiling it? We must be bloody close. I'll just get some ice water. Shit. Sorry, that was the door slamming. Of course. Stop listening to me in the house. Better be some ice cubes. Yay, the kids haven't used them all. Martini, anyone? Right. Shut up, bird. Plastic bag. Oh, we're starting to boil. You could have told me. All right. Best I take a sample. What am I doing? Get the act together. Where is... I've moved everything, setting up today, so everything's in different spots, and I can't find... What did I do with it? I had it last night. I'll go and get another one. It was perfect. It was one of those heat resistant but clear sort of disposable, or not disposable, coffee mugs. Where the hell did it go? Oh, there it is. And that is perfect for what I need to do this thing. And it's going to be hard for you to see, but I'll have the video out for this in the next week. All right, let's, yeah, I'll take the sample before I do anything else, and then I'll throw the hops in and we'll start the timer. What time is it? 12:45. We'll say 12:45. Hang on, I'll get this sample. No, leave it in there. I don't need that much, but anyway. Hang on, let me throw these hops in. That is 10 grams of Magnum for the 60-minute ad. And since I haven't used my Whirlpool arm for a while, although it's been stored well, no bugs in it, I'll put that in there to be ready for the Whirlpool at the end. Oh, that's a lovely colour. It actually might be tube red by the end, a bit dark. All right, let's switch over to this other camera. Now, this is going to be hard from here. I haven't got my usual camera in front of me, in front of the computer, so... All right. This is the only problem. Well, it's not a problem. The only different thing you have to do, well, you're supposed to do. This wort is as clear as. I probably don't need to filter it. But it's good to get into the habit of filtering it because it doesn't like bubbles either. So when you're fermenting, if you can put your fermenting wort through a filter, it filters out, you know, gunk. So you get a nice accurate reading, and it also helps to decarbonate it, like take the carbonation out. That's just a coffee filter. That's an unbleached one. That's just because they were cheapest. And then I'll just filter it. That doesn't even need filtering, I don't think, but we'll do it anyway. And you only need 2 mil. So I've, yeah, way too much, but... That can just go back in the boil. Don't need that anymore. It's back in the boil. And now we've got that filtered sample. You can grab the syringe and just fill it. It's a 10 ml syringe, but you only need, you know, bugger all for the reading. That's crystal clear. Haven't done this before. Haven't, not the flick. Just get the bubbles out. Now the thing is, I've ordered some caps, so I can just cap that and put it in the ice water. But until then, what I have been doing, where'd that bag go? I just bought out a plastic bag that'll blow away in the wind. I'll go and get another one. Oh, there it is. Fell off the bench. Is I just stick it in a plastic bag like that, and just stick that in my ice water, and that'll be down to. That stops any evaporation or anything, of course, and that'll chill that down in no time. Like all of these, you know, refracts, hydrometers, they all work way, way better and more accurate if you're in around that 20-degree mark. Has anyone got a G40 15 amp lead? I do have one right here. I did that's written on it too, because I've checked it before for someone. It's a 3 by 2.5. That's what you wanted? So they're fair dinkum. It's heaps thicker than the 10 amp cord. Yeah, 3 by 2.5. We did. Hey, what? Oh, you did. Sorry, I couldn't see it. Of course. This is, you can probably see it. It's going to be a little bit clunky, but get things out of the way that I'm going to break. 12:45. Everyone remember 12:45 was the boil time. I'll save that water. I don't need the staff in. I'll have the water over here. That's the that steel things. That's the camera over the boil pot. That's why that's in the way. All right. We don't need that in front of the camera. That can stay behind. That can go there. That's still filtered sample if we need more. This is a slightly thicker plastic bag. I don't think this cooling. I should have got the freezer bag again. Is going to be working quite as well. I might just go and get a freezer bag. Oh, that door's going to slam shut again. No? Oh, there you go. The only trouble with these freezer bags is they're really thin. You don't want them to break. Oh, Jesus, sorry. Yeah, that's just a bit thick to wrap around the... Do that. If I could have another setup, you know, and you need a little bit of a sample. You can do it in 2 plastic cups or whatever, but this is just the way I've been doing it lately. Then we'll have to get the app up. Oh, Face ID, of course. Where is it? Brewmeister. And I just check I was mucking around with it. No, SG 2020, that's all we want. Celsius. Alright, yeah, that's what we want. Alright. That screen's probably going to turn off just when I don't want it to. We have the machine. And we have the little overflow pipe thing. And we have our sample, which is probably at temperature by now. And we need to chuck another sample in there. That'll do. Oh, my water. Where's me rinsing distilled water? I'll go up here. Nearly organised. That can go there. It's a bit clunky. Not really making much difference, is it? Doesn't matter. As I said, there'll be a video about this about soon. But all right, let's get the sample. And as I said, I'm pretty new to this, but I'm sure it'll all get a bit smoother and easier once I've done it a few times. It does have a temperature compensation, but just like any other refrac, you know, it's 0 to 30 or something like that. So you just got to make sure you knock the top off the heap. That can be the exit pipe. It has like a glass tube, and it goes down, and then it curls back up again, and then it goes down and comes out. Oh, look, you could use the same filter cartridge if you want, but they're that cheap. I just chuck them out. So maybe not very. I'm old. I'll burn them in my incinerator. Someone else. Oh, no. Oh, no, you can clean them. Those filter can be cleaned with, you flush some sodium bicarbonate through, soak it in some sodium bicarbonate. You can flush it both ways if you like. I usually let it dry out as much as I can and then whack it in the fridge. You can put it in a bag and put it in the fridge if you're worried. Oh, I'm thinking about the competition. I'm not happy about the talus in it. I love talus, but every now and then it tastes like and my other talus beers do the same thing. Every now and then I think, oh, it's got diacetyl, and then I go, no, it's just the talus. But because I rushed the ferment, I said I had to go away and I rushed it. And I'm paranoid about it. I'll have one later. At the end of brew day, I'll have one. But I've been, I only got 17 litres of it, and I've been doing a fair bit of testing, let me tell you. And I haven't decided. I've got to, it's this weekend. I've got to have it in by this weekend. What day is it? Wednesday. Oh, shit. We'll see. I'm undecided. I thought it needed a bit more bitterness. I wanted a real classic West Coast because I kept it quite basic. I wanted it really bitter, and it just came out a bit lighter. I should have used the Grainfather hop calculation rather than the Brewfather. Today I used the Grainfather, and it's way hoppy, way less. Reed's way less bitter, so you have to use more hops. Anyway, I think that it's going to do. So we're just going to run some through. I like to run some through just to make sure that there's no water left in it from when I last rinsed it or whatever. Get the air bubbles out. Now that's full, I can turn it on. Is that on? Oops, hold on. Yeah, I usually use a glass thing that doesn't fall over. Now we can start this, see if we can connect. Did we connect? Start. And it's saying 1040, and it's 14.8 degrees. Now that's the quick reading. There is another reading which is continuous. Where was it? I'm upside down. That's a quick reading. What? Why is it advertising? This hasn't happened before. Maybe I'm not logged in. What am I doing? Oops, it's gone rogue on me. What am I doing? No. Oh, maybe I had a trial. I was supposed to get it free for a year though. After the 1 year free trial. I don't know. I mustn't be logged in. Typical. All right. Go away. Maybe it was just an ad. Yes, it was just an ad. It was an ad. All right. So now we're on continuous reading, which means like you can sort of have it hooked up and just in case you're unsure about the mixing of your work, but that's not changing. I can restart it. Yeah, it's 1040. Oop, 1039. A little bit of air through then. It doesn't like air. You don't blow air through it. All right, so we're 1040. And then what we do after that is I like to rinse off rinse your nozzle because I don't want to, ruin the. Probably be better to put it in some normal water first and just rinse it. Then into the distilled water and just flush it with distilled water. That's how you calibrate it too, of course, if you want to calibrate it. All right, that out. Then if you want to just get the air out or whatever, the water out, fill it with air and shoot it across the room like that. But so that's good and easy, and you might think, yeah, that's a pain. You could do that with a refract. But the best other thing is that when you're halfway through a ferment, you don't have to do a calculation. It does it all for you. So, and you don't have to tell it. You don't have to switch it to a different mode or whatever. You can just put your fermenting work through it. They're about $700, mate, I think, $600 or $700. They're expensive, but they're Ant on par. And you can put wine in it, spirits in it, the whole bloody lot. which is different. Usually have to buy different ones. Yeah. And as I said, yeah, you don't have to do the calculations. There is different settings for measuring alcohol volume, because you can measure the alcohol volume. It does everything except pH, I think. I'm sure it doesn't do pH. It'd be good if it did. The ones that do pH are about $4,000, aren't they? $3,000. It does Plato, bricks, alcohol by volume, alcohol by weight, specific gravity 2020, density, and you can also, there's other programs you can use it with, like the Wine Master, the Proof Master, but I've used this when I was brewing my wine and the numbers were right, and I measured some spirits one of my mates made, and it was 39%, so it was right. Yeah, it does. Well, it can tell you the final gravity straight away, like just like that. You don't have to do a different setting at all. And so then what you do is it's got batches, and it's going to be a bit hard to see. It's got batches. So I did a West Coast IPA, and so it's got my starting gravity and my final gravity, and then down here it tells you, there it goes. The original gravity was 1066, the final was 12, the alcohol was 7.3, the attenuation when you took all the readings, and you can add a value too. So if when I got this, I know I did have it for this one. There was the wine, I think it was. I was putting the wine through it, and you can add, like, I missed the original gravity because I didn't have the unit, and you can add it afterwards. So I had the final gravity because I had the unit by then, and I could put the original gravity in as a batch, and it works it all out. But also you can measure the alcohol in the sample. It measures alcohol in the sample. So you don't have to have the final gravity and the starting gravity. You can put an alcohol through there, and it will just tell you what the alcohol is. You don't need the final gravity or starting gravity. Well, it worked on my wine and it worked on my spirits. I haven't tried to measure beer's alcohol without the starting and final. Might do that later. Yeah, I've always wanted one of those Anton Parr things. I can never remember what they're called. My brain makes me forget them because they're worth about $3,000 or $4,000. They do everything, don't they? pH. You need a tiny little sample like that. You still need to cool it, and you don't even need that. And you get that little thing, and it goes up just a tiny little straw and just tells you everything. DMA 35. How are we going over there? But Anton Parr are they're the number one in brewery reading equipment. I'm not just saying that. It's not a paid review. They gave me the thing, but that's it. I don't. Well, at the moment, I don't get anything from flogging them around. I suppose if I found an affiliate link on eBay or Amazon, maybe, I guess. But as I said, within the next week or so, within 2 weeks, because they'll be hassling me. When I upload my video, they'll give me a month of 10% off for people if anyone wants to buy one. So, and the code will be, I think the code ends HBN10, but I'll let everyone know when. Because as you know, I'm totally honest. They sent a contract, which I had changed because I didn't agree with it. And all that was not that I couldn't review other equipment or anyone that was a competitor for a month, for a couple of weeks after and a couple of weeks beforehand. I had that clause taken out, and that's it. The only other conditions was I upload the video within 3 months of getting it, and that's it. Oh, they've got to approve. They've got the right to take down my video if they don't like it. Apparently. But yeah, that's good. So, yeah, 10%. It'll be 60, 70 bucks off, something like that. Is a West Coast iPad called a coral biopsy? No. Don't think so. That rings a bell, Coral Bay IPA. No, they're a good little unit. I mean, I've only used it, one batch of beer, one batch of wine, and messed around with some spirits. Oh, you'll see it all in the video anyway. I've recorded it all. But I use it just like that. You'll see that on the video, but it was on the other end of the bed sheet and the camera was a bit closer. Because I didn't want to do it all in the studio. I thought enough people stuff around and with little samples. And it doesn't mean, well, to me, it doesn't mean anything because you've got to see it in action on a brew day. Or what's the freaking point? You may as well just read the advertising blurb. And there was another fella, sound like Marvin the Paranoid Android, and rattled off all the stats. Oh, it reached a 0.001 of this and that and that. Yeah, read the manual. The manual. You don't know numbers. No one cares. What people care about is how it works in a situation just like that on a brew day. Oh, I've got to bottle my wine. I keep mentioning it because I keep forgetting. I was meant to bottle it on the weekend, and then same as this brew, just keep getting put off. But it's in the fridge over there. I keep forgetting. It needs to be bottled. I'm at the bottling stage. I don't like bottling, but it's all ready to go. I've got a bottle of Keys here still. I haven't tried, but I'm going to wait for the bottling video and then try Keys. His one's California Cab Sav. Mine wasn't California. Mine was another one. I don't know what one it was. Maybe Australian. It'll come out at 13%. It's going to be a big one. No worries, mate. No worries. I'm not offended by that at all. I'm not even sure where Coral Bay is. I'm guessing you're talking about the Great Barrier Reef or something. Oh, no, hang on, no, that's the East Coast. I'm totally confused. Coral Bay must be in Western Australia, is it? I've never been to Western Australia. It's too bloody far away. I'd love to go, but I'm not sitting on a plane for 6 or 7 hours or something. Ridiculous. 6 or 7? Hey, it is, isn't it? 6 hours, 4, 5 hours. G'day, Ivan. How you going, mate? Western Australia. So you know more than I do. I don't know where Coral Bay is. I just thought coral, and then I thought, oh, yeah, he means it because of the Great Barrier Reefs up there. But I have a feeling. I'm gonna ring up bloody the guys from Kegland and get up them. I should do it live on air. So what are you doing? We're waiting around all day. I'm 2 hours late for my live stream, waiting to get a Brewzilla. Yeah, they do. They do at the Coral Bay IPA. Did you know that, or were you just making it up? Pale malt, Vienna malt, Cararoma, wheat, and Cara Red. Must be a red, unless they use bugger all. Galaxy and Nelson, Sav. Why are they got the pricing in litres? What's that? $10.50 per litre above 8 litres, $13 per litre below 8 litres. Who are they selling to? They must be in the middle of nowhere, are they? They must be selling to the rail workers or something out in the middle of in the Pilbara. Oops, what am I doing? I'm just guessing. I don't really know. I mean, brother-in-law works in the Pilbara, so that's what I'm saying. There's nothing out there. If they're selling by the litre or by 8 litres or whatever it was, they must be selling to people that obviously don't go in and get a beer. Look, it is just around the corner, but I don't like flying for 6 hours. I don't like sitting in a plane. 2 hours is long enough for me to play. I've had it. I'd drive there if I had a car. If I drove, it'd take days. Probably die. I need a drink. Did I get a drink before? I should drink my sample water. It tastes good. I think I'm going to be down on numbers. I think I needed more than 1040. Although by the time I get to the end of the boil, hang on, what did my recipe say? I'm only looking for, where is it? 1046. Oh no. Well, if my OG is 1046 and my pre-boil is 1040, I'll probably overshoot. There you go. Did it right. What did the Grainfather app say? Because they all say different. The Grainfather said, oh, it's pretty hard to even find the pre-boil on Grainfather. Grainfather, damn you. The app's so close to being really cool. Oh, what did I change? Why is it saying I changed something? I don't know. So, close. I can never find it. I think you got to do it and look at it in the brew day. Brews. Oh, I can't find. I don't know. I'm hopeless with the Grainfather app. Boil, mash, pre-boil. It's got places to write it in, but I can't find where it estimates what it should be. Anyway, if Brewfather's saying my final gravity should be 1046, then that being 1040, it's in the ballpark. Well, see, Brewfather says 1046. Grainfather says 1050. So I reckon we're going to be in the middle there somewhere. Wouldn't be surprised. 1048 at the end, something like that. Better watch the time. How long's it been? It was 1:45, wasn't it? 12:45. I get carried away when I'm doing these streams and I don't watch the time. G'day, Stitch. Keep the number of the Royal Flame, Dr. Sue. Greetings from the Netherlands. Make some good soup, mate. Any plans on brewing one of those Pravda Brewery beers? Never heard of them. Who's Pravda Brewery? I'll have a look. Oh, is that the Ukraine thing? Oh, sorry, I'm not up to date. I did see something about, I didn't know the name of the brewery. Look, I don't get much, I haven't got much time or get much time to brew beers out of my, lineup that I have planned. But I'll have a look. I haven't looked. I try to stay out of politics, no matter how bad or how good on my channel. I try to. But I will have a look out of interest for sure. And if one's good, if one is good, yes, I will. But since I'm the only one that drinks my beers, if I don't, none of the beers take my fancy, then, I don't want to have 20 litres of it hanging around if I'm not going to drink it. Just being totally honest. Have we tripped the power out yet? Again on this, or is it still going? Oh, no, it's still going. I haven't heard it heating. Oh, that's because this old Robo, it's a Robo brew. It's not even a Brewzilla. That's how old it is. This Robo brew. Today, since I've been turning it, every time I turn it off, it resets the temperature to 0. It's like the memory's going out of it. Wonder if they have a little backup battery. Maybe it's died. You know, like a PC board has, that little battery. I don't know. I'm making it up as I go along. But I do have, which I was meant to, that was for a video about 2 years ago. I bought the panels to turn it into a Brewzilla 3.11 or 3.1 maybe, or 3.11. So maybe I'll do that and just swap over the insides and muck around with it. I'm brewing the triple silo strength. We're doing a community brew type thing on the Brewer's Friend platform. Oh, okay. I don't get to see much, like, because I'm really busy doing what I do, and I'm either editing videos or you know, just organising stuff and that. I don't really get to watch enough or, you know, contribute, because I'm running my groups too. There's so much going on in the admin of it and running it that actually participating in things is hard. People don't realise how much, I think, work goes in the background of running massive Facebook groups and YouTube channels and all that sort of thing. People just think, oh yeah, you just do a video when it's done, but it's not like that at all. Unfortunately, it'd be good if it was. There's a lot of stuff that goes on. Brewer's Friend, look, there was a time I used it. I can't remember why. I think they had some calculators on there, like years and years ago, 10 years ago, whenever it was. But then as soon as I started using like the software, like, you know, Beersmith and, well, there was only Beersmith back then. Oh, there was a few others, but Beersmith was the king. Then I didn't need anything else, you know, that had all the tools and calculators, so I sort of just stopped going back there. And there was a problem I had. I can't remember whether I had to pay for something that I didn't want to pay for on Brewer's Friend, or it wouldn't store my. I don't think it had the Australian ingredients, was things like that. And I just couldn't be bothered entering them. There was something like, I don't remember, it was a long time ago. So I never really got, you know, every now and then I go there. I usually use Brewer's Friend of sending people that don't use brewing software. If they need a calculator, I'll grab a link off their site and send it. I haven't done one of them. I did have a blonde on my list, right? And I have in the past, many years ago, people, I don't even know if I did a video for it. See, it's not, I can't even pronounce that, but there was a blonde. I did the red, it's not the red Chimay, the other one, the left red. Oh, I need a few drinks to get my tongue around these words. The leaf reduce, or whatever, ready use, I can't even remember, it's been years since I read it. But I brewed one of them, that was really nice. The red, because I like the reds and the blondes. You know, and I know it's blasphemy, but I get a bit bored of things like, you know, just the plain old, you know, the big Belgian triples and that. I'd rather red, blonde are my things. The things in the middle for me are a bit, they've got to be special, you know, they've got to be special to stand out. Yeah, well, see, I ended up having to pay for Beersmith. It was just to do, you know, I've got 300 or 400 recipes on Beersmith, and I couldn't keep them all. And when I started doing videos, people wanted them all kept up there. And I used to print them all out or write them out, and then it just got too, you know, cutting back on time is what you got to do when you do this stuff. And then Brewfather gave me Brewfather gave me a subscription. So do a few videos about it. And at the start, Brewfather was lacking, but Brewfather's pretty good now. Very good now. But Beersmith, I still think, is more powerful if you know how to use it right than Brewfather. But I totally understand why people use Brewfather. I totally get it. And I use it now more than Beer Smith myself. So what were you saying? Nothing else was... So did I miss your question or something? Oh, any advice on removing stains from stainless steel brewing gear? Yeah, barkeeper's friend. Yeah, I've got a thing up there of it. Lasts for ages. You only need the tiniest little bit. You can buy it in the supermarket here. You got to look. It'll be on the bottom shelf hidden because they don't want you to buy it. But it's great stuff. Yeah, I've used it in videos. I'll use it at the end of this brew day today if I get time before the kids. Oh, we're running out of time. What time is it? 1:30. I don't have to leave till 3. You might get to see the clean if you hang around long enough. But barkeeper's friend is just awesome. You want to rinse it well, but you need the tiniest little bit. I just, you have a wet surface or whatever, and just sprinkle a tiny little bit on and just wipe it. Yeah, rub it. No, they've g'day Dave. They've changed the they've changed the software, so it only goes to HH. In my old, because mine are so old, you have to set them to 120 to get them to work at all. But you got to remember that you're not going to boil it. The water's not going to be over 100. But I don't get any scorching or anything. Maybe I can swap the board over. You can have this board when I swap over, and you'll be able to do it. Yeah, it looks like this. I don't know if you've seen it. You can look it up. But, a jar here somewhere. Just looks like that. The camera's over here. I keep thinking the camera's there. Well, it does here anyway. I just go hard. I use a 3M scouring pad and dishwashing thing with a sponge on one side and the scouring pad. I use that on everything, even on my Thermozillas. Always have. Used to use it on my old plastic fermenters. Everyone goes, "Don't, you'll get micro scratches." I'm never got an infection from a micro scratch. But use the sponge. You wouldn't even have to use the scourer with this stuff. It's really good. No worries, Ben. Thanks for dropping in. Adrian Unwin. Oh, man, I know it's Crank. How you going, brother? Haven't seen you for a long time. How are you? Where are you? Are you in New Zealand or are you here or are you... How's the kid? I sent you an email the other week. Oh, it's probably the other month now. You never answered. I've got a link for Brewfather. They gave me a affiliate link. I think I get $1 or something. No, you're still in New Zealand. You got the monkey? You got the flu, have you? Oh, Jesus. I thought I had it yesterday and the day before. I had a really sore throat not last night, the night before. And I had a test and it said negative. But these rat tests are hopeless. Or these rat things are hopeless. My niece had it. She had like 6 rat tests. One said she was positive, then she went and got a proper one, and yeah, she was. But and then last night I still had a sore throat. I was going to have another test, but I forgot about it, to be honest. I think I had too many IPAs and setting up for today. And I woke up this morning, I haven't got a sore throat, so. Oh, yeah? You have to stop in here on the way, mate. There's your young one. She'd have to be 10, no, 11. 11 by now? 10? I think she's the same age as Jenna, wasn't she? Or is she older? Oh, my monitor's going to turn off automatically. I've got to watch the time. No, we still got. It was 12:45. I think the boys told me. He was talking about me. My ears are itching. Yeah, I think it did. That's what people go. Aren't you worried about getting COVID, going out to the pubs and bands and things? I couldn't give a shit. I've been locked up for 2 years in Victoria, and plus, whenever I go out, I try and keep alcohol in my mouth. Saturation point. 11 in a couple of months. Yeah. Jenna's 11 in June. Oh, I tell you, a boy. I'm trying to remember if I knew you had a boy. Oh, yeah, I think you might have just. Yeah, it's been a long time, Crank, since we've had a proper talk. I wish I could find that video of you on the rocking horse. Probably around somewhere. She frowns at you when you have too many IPA. I've got the hops ready. I might get my. Just because I know it's going to catch up on me and I'm going to forget. There's a yeast nutrient and some Worthlock. Will I bother with the Brutan? I won't bother with the Brutan today. What am I looking for? Oh, my little thing I have my salts in. I put it today. Oh, it's over there. Smile back on an angle. Thanks, Birdie. Thank you. I need to know when there's 10 minutes left on the boil so I can put my yeast nutrient and stuff in. What am I weighing it for? It's about. Although you're not supposed to use too much yeast nutrient or too much Worthlock, but I think too much would be, a fair bit. But all the yeast nutrients are different too, so you've got to just watch it. I probably shouldn't be breathing it in like this. I take it easy. Thanks for stopping by and having a chat. Sorry, it's a bit hard to answer all questions and talkings, but I try. Thanks for dropping in. No, it's good. Keep me company. This Worthlock lasts for ages. You only need like 0.75 of a gram, and you get 100 grams for like a couple of bucks. Oh, she's here. She's inside making me a sandwich. Sorry, Greta. I didn't know it was an ex, Adrian. I'm sorry. Have you got a new one? I'll take it easy, man. Good to hear from you, Crank. Crank used to come into the streams every Friday night. Long time ago. God, we used to have some fun. Crazy days back then. I behave myself these days. Sort of. Yell out if my mic runs out because I'm surprised it hasn't. How many hours has it been on? Was it about 10 o'clock I started or something like that? Or was it later? I don't know. I can't see the YouTube chat properly. I can on another thing. So I don't know if anyone's donated and I've missed it. I'm sorry if they have. I don't know if you're watching, Nick, but that's all fine. I'll answer you later because I'm a bit busy. I don't want to talk about it on the thing. No, I think it's only 0.75. I think that's what they mean. I don't know. It works. It works. Do you put in 7.5? Oh, Anthony Kid. Sorry, I missed that. Crank. I need a drink. I just got to get a drink of water or something. I might even get a beer. Although I've got to pick up the kids later. No, one beer's not going to hurt. Famous last words. Famous last words. But you can hear me. We're trying to get a glass a little bit small. A little bit small. What's a little bit small? I don't know. Stuff it. I'm having troubles with my that's pouring better now. Must have with my font fan, and because my font fan's playing up, I'm pouring heady beers. You can probably hear, if you listen closely, that noise is my font fan. I need to get in and have a look. It sounds like there's I don't think it's ice because it's only set to 3 degrees. There's something bashing up against it, or it's at the end of its life or something. No worries, Chris. Thanks very much. You should have seen me this morning. I'm very lucky I got myself out of a very hairy spot this morning, but everything went very smoothly. Thank God. If anyone wasn't at the start, I was yakking to people and I had the grain. I just totally forgot to put the grain basket in. So we went to into the grain father. The whole lot, no grain basket. It was all right though. It went really well. I had to swap vessels. I mean, I could have, as I said before, I could have emptied the wort into buckets and then emptied out, clean the grain father and then put the wort back in. But lucky I've got another, had another vessel I could use. I could have used my HLT vessel too. I could have emptied the rest of the water out of that and used that, but I ended up putting it in the Brewzilla 65. I didn't have to use me handle there, that's for sure. I'm not sure what the boil off on this is going to be. I don't know if I probably should have turned one of the elements off. Might get too much boil off. Oh well, we'll soon see, I guess. Doesn't look like it's boiling too bad, does it? No, that's all right. I think that's enough of a sanitize of the chiller, so we'll turn it off. I just got to think now that if there's nothing else I need to do. Just got to add the hops at the end and do a whirlpool. Oh, besides I nearly forgot me. Oh no, it's 2 minutes. Birdie would have told me, I reckon. Is it 2 minutes? Yeah, 35. Anyway, this is a hazy, obviously. And speaking how I'm not a huge fan of quake yeast, I was in a real rush for beer the other week. And I haven't put the video up yet, but I decided to make a hazy a pale ale. I didn't want it too boozy. I think it ended up about 5%, a bit more boozy than I actually wanted, but that's okay. And I used 2 packs of Voss and between 30 and 35 degrees. And I pitched it just before I went to pick up the kids from school at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And by the next morning, it was at final gravity. So I totally missed my dry hop. So I thought, oh, well, I'll dry hop now. And I dry hopped. And then I came back at like 10 o'clock that night. And, when you've seen your dry hops, through a see-through fermenter, they sort of look green for a couple of days, and then, they start going like not brown, but they lose all their brightness and colour. And that's what these hops look like, after 12 hours. And I went, oh, they look like they're spent. And I went, well, that's longer than the ferment went. So, if I had it fermented for 6 days and then dry hopped, on a normal brew, it'd be the same time, wouldn't it? Like, another 3 or 4 days. It'd be less than that. So the Quike ferment was less than 12 hours. Oh, no, it wasn't less than 12 hours. 17 hours. 2 o'clock to 2 o'clock is 12 hours. Whatever. Anyway, so I ended up cold crashing that night. And then by lunchtime the next day, I kegged it and I force carbed it. So it was less than 48 hours from pitching the yeast to force carbing it in the fermenter with a dry hop and a crash chill. Thanks, Bertie. So I wouldn't say I'd do it every batch, no way in the world. But I think if you get the right hops to match Quite, because it throws a lot of the orange, then, and you throw enough hops to cover up the farmhouse sort of taste you can get from Voss, like that earthy horse blanket, earthy flavour, they can be all right. And this one's okay. I know because some nights I'll have one and then I'll go and have another one and I'll go and have another one, 3 or 4 in a row. Most of my Quite beers Kwike. I enjoy 1 or 2 and then I'm sort of, I get over it. But this one's been all right. It was a simple brew. It's mostly oats. Don't quote me. I think it was 3 kilo of like ale malt, and then a pound or 500 grams of quick oats from Woolies, naked oats from Gladfield, which is naked oats, and malted oats from Gladfield. So it was 1.5 kilos of oats, all 3 different types, and 3 kilo of base grain. And hops would probably be like this. I put it in a little bit of probably a 5 gram 60-minute ad, and then it was about 60 to 80 grams Whirlpool, hot Whirlpool. Well, it started hot. By the time it finished, it was probably 80, but it's been in the keg now probably nearly 3 weeks. Yeah, so it was brewed on a Wednesday arvo like this, but by Friday arvo it was kegged and carbonated. And it hasn't changed much flavour. I think that sometimes with the Quite taste, or that earthiness does go away, and it's sort of gone away in this. At the start, you still get a bit of that earthy, weird taste. I don't know if weird, but yeah, cheers. It's okay. I can show you the recipe. It was, again, a bit of a throw together beer. I'm just trying to get rid of a lot of old stock. I don't want to waste it, you know what I mean? Speedy Pale Ale, I called it. And I don't know if you'll be able to read this on the screen or not. Yeah. Well, it was 4 kilo of ale malt, sorry. 500 grams of big O malted oats, 500 grams of flaked oats, and 500 grams of golden naked oats. Oh, it's 10 grams of Warrior. Oh, that's right, I forgot. I did a 30-minute mash and a 30-minute boil. I was speeding that up too. So it was 15 grams of Warrior for 30 minutes, and then a 10-minute whirlpool of Amarillo. That was 35 grams. Sabro, 40 grams. Simcoe, 40 grams. And 16 grams of Talus. Oh, that's a fair whirlpool in the end. And 2 packs of Voss. That's about it. Oh, there's a bit of a long story, which you'll see in the video. Instead of 30 minutes, I ended up doing 40 minutes. And the reason was I hadn't my brewder hadn't worked out my hops, and I didn't have what I thought I had. So because I was only doing a half-hour mash, I wanted to get the instant oats and put some water in them to get them soaked up wet before I put them in, because it was only a half-hour mash. The oats those rolled oats was the only ones I was worried about. But then what happened? I put the water in, and then I went to looking at hops and realised I didn't have what I thought I had, and sat here for an hour or two. And then I went to put the oats in, and the oats had set like a brick in the saucepan. They're just gone like day-old porridge. But I broke it all up as much as I could and put it all into the mash, and that's why I went 40 minutes instead of half hour for the mash. So it was less than 2 days from pitching yeast to in the keg and carbonated with a half-hour mash and a 40-minute mash and a half-hour boil. To brew the nanny state. I keep going to do the nanny state. It's on my list. I've put it into my software, and then I never do it. It is the best one that I've heard anyone say. Like, I keep an eye on things. For a low, if you're going to do a low, very, very low, virtually no alcohol IPA, the nanny state is the one to do. I've been buying a lot from the commercial breweries. I got 3 or 4 different versions in there, and I had one, and I went, "Oh, that's all right. I can drink that." And then after that, I just get over it. Don't go back. There's probably about 8 or 9 no alcohol. That's what I should have had, a no alcohol beer. But to me, they always taste like I don't know if they put hop oils in them or something. I know, they always sort of taste like fake beer. Well, I guess they are. There's no alcohol in it. But, they just taste, I don't know. Well, the Hop Nation apparently have got better. Although I've had 2 of theirs. I had the first one, it was a so-so. They have troubles with them because they don't keep. They really don't keep. And I read this big article that you very often won't see them on tap because they can't leave the lines full on that because there's no alcohol and they go off. It's not good. Only 3 minutes left of the boil. Lucky I'm looking. Birdie will let me know. Birdie's a legend. I don't even know Birdie's real name, I don't think. I have real troubles with people's names, and it's not that I don't care. It's just that because I do YouTube, Facebook, and stream as well, and most people have a different name on each stream. And when they talk to me, they think I remember who's who, and I just know that so many people, and they all have 3 different names. I get confused. I get confused. I do love the Talus too, Cleveland. But it's one of those things. I love it. And then there's like 1 day out of 4 that I'll go, "Ooh, I don't like it." And then the next day, bang, I love it again. I don't know if it's something I've eaten or, Oh, that went down, and I was trying to drink it slow. Like Mother's Milk. That's really nice. It's a bit light in body. I think the pH was a bit high in the mash, but I think that helps because the quack can drop your pH and then your beers get a bit murky. I don't know if that, I might be thinking that it carried on and maybe it didn't carry on from the mash through the ferment, But I guess if you got that little chance of starting higher with your pH, then it might finish higher. I've actually thought about, because I was such a rushed beer, I didn't really care about too much, but I was nearly going to take a pH reading of the finished beer and then try and see if I needed to add anything to bring the pH up and how much that changed the taste. Looks like I am a mess. This was clean last night. Now there's stuff all over me brew table. Have those is the Gen 4 gone on sale yet? Am I live in the on video in the Kegland office? Hey guys, get your act together. What's going on? Send me an email. Let me know. My whole day has been refreshing a Kegland page. They said they were going to give me one actually, but I don't know. I haven't got one yet. So I'm buying one like everyone else. Well, I'm lucky I've got some Kegland credits, so I don't have to hit my bank account, which is non-existent these days. Flame out. All right, done. All right, hang on. Let me switch the camera over. Camera over. And hops. That does not look like 40 grams of hops. Anyway, oh, it smells good. They do not smell oniony at all. All right, flame out. That's off with the elements. I sort of like to put them in while it's just wait for the bubbling to stop before I turn the pump on. I haven't used this for about 6 months, so I'm just making sure everything's right. That's what I've got to try and make one of these for the grandfather. Apparently they were designing one, but all right, there we go. Does it feel like a chunk? All right, so I'll go that for about 10 minutes, and then probably let it settle for another 10 minutes. Did I miss a flavour add? I reckon I missed a flavour add in this beer. I'm sure I put it. Oh, I did. I reckon I missed a flavour add. That timer thing made me forget all about it. Maybe I'll add some more hops. I did too. That's from me stopping the timer. I had a 10-minute mosaic. Okay, cool. Let's fix this on the fly. Let's fix this quickly. Hang on, let me go to here. Let's just fix this. So I was meant to put, which I didn't realise, a 5-minute ad. I forgot all about it. All right, things you do live. All right, so let's get, hang on, what were we at by Brewfather? We were at about 45 IBUs, but we're going to be less than that because, anyway, that's another story we can talk about another day. We'll say 45. I'm going to delete that 5-minute ad, and that takes us down to 34. So we've got to get about another 11 IBUs somewhere. So let's quickly add in. I'm going to add. Oh, that's going to take me a while to get. Since that's only 4%, let's up that to 30. What does that say? 6 IBUs. What about 35? What does that get us to? No, it's still not enough. 40. Oh, we're 8. I should be looking at that number up the top. I don't want to add much more of that. Oh, bugger it. Maybe I'll just keep. I'm a bit worried about this hop age tool, whether it really did, lose that much. All right, let's go 50. I'm running out of time, so because I'm losing temperature. It's still not enough. That just doesn't sound right. Oh, it's only 4. Let's go 60. Have I got enough of this cashmere? That's going to be enough. So I'm going to add another 40 grams of cashmere to the whirlpool. Maybe I just add the rest of the packet. What do you reckon? No, there's too much. There's too much to add the rest of the packet. What if I go 70? Yeah, all right. I'm going to add 70, so that's another 50 grams of cashmere. Well, that's a fair whack. Oops. What did I do then? Add another 50 grams. I'm probably not going to get the same bitterness anyway because we're losing heat in that whirlpool as we talk. Oh, I love adding hops. Anything to add more hops. This is going to be interesting because it'll test their hop age tool. If their hop age tool is wrong, I'm up shit creek. It's going to be quite bitter. All right, there's another 50 grams. Let's get it in there. Have you, when you say popped in, you don't mean the keg land, do you? Or did you go out there, or when you picking up a fridge, or did you fix your fridge? I'm just going to vacuum seal this thing. Sorry for the noise, people. Close your ears, turn your volume down. I'm glad I caught that. I was thinking about the beer. And I thought, because after the IPA I just made the other day, I didn't add a 5-minute ad, and I thought, I just want to add one. And I forgot. Once I turned off the grain father. So it makes you lazy, that automatic brewing. It makes you lazy. I guess I was tall. If I wasn't chatting and doing a live stream, I might have remembered. Too busy having a beer. All right, that's that done. Good. I needed to get rid of these hops anyway. That was the idea of this brew, is to get rid of most of these hops. I should have just put the whole packet in. Is that actually going around? It doesn't look like it is on the camera. Oh yeah, it's going around. Smells good. This is where I wish they'd make a lid or something, so you can have either your chiller or your whirlpool arm going and be able to put the lid on. How many minutes has that been? Oh, I'll pop him back in here. Yeah, Birdie Brutes the software, you're right. Was it 45, 55, 3 minutes? I'm going to give it a little bit of although it looks like it's clearing. I sort of want to stir it up to give the hops a bit of a muck up. Oh no, they haven't settled. Doesn't feel like they've settled. I don't want to stir it up too much. I don't want a hazy, cloudy, hazy beer. But I didn't, thought there might have been like a bit of a brick on the bottom, but there wasn't. So I'll leave it another couple of minutes, especially since I'm starting to want some more bitterness out of it. Bugger, I missed that 5-minute ad. Oh well. Life goes on. Your only whirlpool once. All right, so we'll let that go. I know I said 10 minutes, so it's another 2. We might let that go 15 minutes, and then I'll turn it off and give it a few minutes to settle. Though it seems to be clearing. I reckon that because you know how I mashed in without the basket, the wort cleared better than it's ever cleared with the basket in the G40, and the wort's just nearly clear. Look at it. That's during whirlpool. Usually it doesn't clear till 10 minutes after whirlpool because you've got all the protein settling out. It's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty bloody good. There is some there, but not like you. And it was way less before I gave it a good stir. I messed it all up. 2 o'clock. Oh yeah, we got an hour before I've got to go and pick up the kids, so that's all right. We'll give this another 45. Yeah, 5 or 10 minutes. Then I'll get it into the fermenter pretty fast. Oh, my fermenter's actually already in the fermenter fridge. I forgot about that. I should do that. That's what I wanted to check. If the tilt, I was having troubles, as I said before, with my tilts. And I tried the tilt and the floaty too. They're having troubles getting through the stainless steel fermenter and the fridge. They're all right when the stainless steel fermenter's out of the fridge. And I put so just before I hung the tilt repeater actually inside the fridge, so it should be working now, I assume. And we'll have a look. Maybe it isn't. Aha, something's happening. But why is it reading? No, that's this morning. That's the wrong one. There should be a newer one than that. This one. No, it's not working. Well, it worked once. I just keep sending messages. It worked when I first did it. Oh, no, I know why it's not working now. No. I think I got one measurement to say it was working while I was hanging it in the fridge. But when I move the internet out here, because I have to bring my modem out here so I can cast it. That's my modem there, wireless. Then it disconnects the modem, the repeater that talks to the tilt, so they won't be giving any information at the moment. That's why. Anyway, let's get this out. Oops, why is it temperature thing stuck on it? I don't think there's any pressure in here. Not that you can see it. I've got to go and empty the sanitizer out of it, which you aren't going to be able to see, unfortunately. Oh, maybe. Hang on. Just maybe. All right, so I'll turn that. How long's that been? I've got to watch our timings for everything else. Can't see the time. I can't see Birdie Burrow's messages. Oh, g'day, Ben. Oh, it's a bit of a shambles today, to be honest. It was supposed to be a nice, easy brew day, and it's been a bit of a shambles. But the shambles is fun. We might let the whirlpool go another couple of minutes. But if it was everything went smoothly, it'd be just another bloody brew day that we've all seen a million times before. The bubble wrap blowing down the street. Oh, why is it? I'm going to bump my head in a minute. You'll all have a real laugh. I was going to keep this Star Sand, but I probably don't really need it. You aren't really going to be able to see, I don't think. I'll empty some out. I want to leave it just a little bit in because I want to give it a shake up. But I don't really need to leave that on during the ferment. this bottom bit. So that can come out. If I wanted, should I leave it on? I'm torn. It's only the second time I've used it, so I'm trying all different setups. I'll stop that whirlpool while I'm thinking. Just let it settle. What do I do? I don't know, I'm confused. Actually, I might leave it on until I dump the yeast, and then I can just take it all off, close this one, and just dry hop in the conical. Although putting this back on is going to be quite a task. And this thing, people always think that tri-clamps are easy. Yeah, until you have to use them. Oh, I can't even see what I'm doing. Is that right? I must be close. I think I'm right. Yeah, tri-clamps are easy until you need to use them. It doesn't matter if the yeast gets stuck down here, because it'll go to work. But if I dry hop with this bottom still connected on, you know, when you dry hop, if you haven't got much ferment action left, then all your hops will just drop down into here and might not give you, you know, what people worry about in their, which is quite funny, in their Firmzillas, they worry about the hops getting stuck at the bottom. But, you know, if they had a conical, it's probably going to get, just because they can't see it, you know. But they just set up like this, their hops are probably all stuck down here. But they'll be happy because they've got a stainless steel conical. You know, they wouldn't be doing this to mess up their hops like they do with the stainless steel conical, with the Firmzillas. Yeah, the things you can hear clunking around is there's a tilt and a floaty inside, which I'm going to have to get out. I should have kept some of this. I've still got a bit of that over there. I think this is empty anyway. No, there's still a bit of well, that's why it wasn't running out, because of the suction. Idiot. There's still a bit of sanitizer, which I'll collect if I can get it in there without. There you go. It's suctioned on again. Oh, I can leave that there like that. And just pull it. There we go. I just try not to open it too much because everything's sanitised and stuff, you know. And there's my sanitizer. Shut that. I'll leave that one open, but I need to get out those. Which one am I going to use? I'll use the tilt. Just because I can put the repeater in the in the brew fridge, and I think it'll be fine. I hope you can still hear me. I haven't dropped my mic, or the battery hasn't run out, or whatever. Can't see when I don't want to have this handle on the side to make it any wider than it already is. I took the angle grinder to it yesterday. That's another video coming out in a couple of days. a brand new $1,000 fermenter, you take the angle grinder to it. But made me feel good. Alright. Floaties and things. How are we going to do this? Alright. I'll switch cameras for a start. Bring it back around here. I'm not too worried about those hops. They've been in there 20 minutes in the whirlpool. That's probably dropped down to, it says 85. It'd actually be lower than that, I think. It always stays a bit warmer down the bottom near the elements. And what can you see? What I'm going to do is, since this chiller is sanitised, this can come out. And I don't know if you can see everything I'm doing. Yeah, the chiller that this is the hose for the setup for the chiller. Just emptying the water out of it. You always try and do this, and you think it's empty, and then as soon as you put it down like this, it always goes all over the floor. I'm going to shift this out of the way. This is normally stuff I'd be doing with, when it's near the end of the boil, if I wasn't yakking live. This can just get taken out. Anymore. Alright, and we'll just move the chiller over. And we'll go from there to there, and we'll whack this in the middle, and we'll try and get a bit of a picture of that. That off and that off. Something like that. And this can just go straight into there. Normally, if I was putting it back in the grain father, I'd just unscrew that there. I've got it tightened onto there, and that bit goes straight into the hole of the grain father. Let's hope the pump in the old 65 is still up to the task. And this, I'll just give that a squirt because it fell on the ground before. With the alcohol spray. Be fine. We can just sit in there for now. Take that off. Which camera on? Yeah, that one. Take that off. Oh, this is where I need my trusty aluminium foil. Here goes the door again, sorry about that. And see, I'm not worried. Like, normally, like if you're doing a really hopped up beer, you might be worried about the bitterness. I'm not worried here, one, because you saw I missed the flavouring addition, so I'm trying to make up for bitterness. And two, it's cooled down to around 80 degrees anyway, so there's not much to worry about. Whack it in the calculator, you'll see it doesn't make much difference. This goes back into that thing of star sand that I filled up before, that little, and put my floaty and that in, that can sit in there. I don't know what you can see. That can sit in there, probably can't see it. That can go on there. I'm all out of whack now, things are all out of place. I still haven't got the hoses hooked up. Which one do we want? This is the blue one, that's the cold water going in. That there. And the red one is, where's that tangled? There, there. It's usually a bit more organised than this. There, that's fine. I've got to put this garage door up, I'm going to whack my head in it. This is my hot water out pipe. Never, always make sure it's not kinked, and never, oh shit, shouldn't have done that. It's in the beer. Never, lucky it's been on there all the time, be fine. Never ever block off your hot water side. Very bad idea. You will pop your chiller. Now the cold water side. If this beer works out, it's going to be a bloody miracle. One of those days, eh? All right, that's the water hooked up. We can get that started. And I don't know, it's only a couple of turns on my tap. I can't really show you. You want the water coming out. You don't need it spurting out. But you do want a bit of a flow. By no means do I have it full bore. It doesn't make any difference. Just waste water. Just waiting for it to come through. Let me know if the hose bursts in there. And here it comes. It doesn't look quite hard enough. Oh, I wonder if I've got a kink somewhere. That doesn't look, something doesn't look quite right. Make sure you haven't got a kink or you're going to have trouble. Oh, that's what's wrong there. Could have told me that. I'm going to blow up the place in a minute. There we go. Got to get that extension lead out of the water. Things are just getting better and better today, aren't they? The hose wasn't quite connected. Shambles. It's a shambles. No, that's all right. So the water's going. It's time to go. Oh no, my clip. Always restrict to the outside of your chiller. And that way your wort fills up in the chiller. If you restrict the inside, you're just having a little bit of wort trickle around on the bottom of the chiller that's not going to do anything. So you restrict the outside of your chiller. That way the chiller gets full of wort. Then works better. Get more surface area. This wind is going to start blowing things around. And just because that was full of water before, I will grab a jug. You see everything? And put the outlet in there. Well, that's what fell in before. That's fine, everything's sanitised. I thought it was a clip or something. That's no worries at all. I thought it was like a bulldog clip or something fell in. I can't see the chat right now. Anyway, and I just let some through, flush that a bit, because there's going to be water in there from when I sanitised it, and we don't need the water in my brew. Come on. Water, water, water. Now we've got beer coming, I can turn it off. Let me turn it off there. Didn't waste much. I don't know what you can see, it's bugger all. But it just got the water out of the chiller. Oh, shit. That was me just standing on the on the chiller pipe. That will pop the chiller when we go in. And I can't really show you the flow because I won't be able to see it anyway, but I don't know. I haven't got an outlet temperature probe on this one. That's probably too much. I mean, you can't really force too much through the grain father. It's quite thin anyway, the chiller. And you'll know, see I can tell now, if it's got to feel cold, if it feels cool to the touch, then you're in the right area. If it's as warm as your hands, then you're going too warm. If it feels a touch cool, then you know you're going to be, you know, you might not be at 18 degrees, but you're going to be like in the lower 20s. Another benefit of the stainless steel, mate, you can nearly go in there hot and use it like a no-chill cube. If you've got to worry about your head space though. That's where your bugs come from. If everything else is clean, the only place you can get bugs from is the airspace. The Star Sand doesn't fix that shit. Alright, I'll just let that go. I might just pick that up if I can, because I'm a bit worried about that falling off. There we go. Now that was a little bit of a muck around then because I wasn't ready. Usually I'd have the, you know, the hoses ready to go and all that sort of stuff. You know, do that during the boil, but I was yakking too much. I might just throw a towel on that water. There's not much there, but just didn't quite have the hose hooked in properly. Again, I can feel the side of the fermenter. That's where I usually do it on the Firmzilla. Yeah, that's cool going in. And I can actually show you. Oh, Jesus, going to start knocking things over. Sorry, I shouldn't use the Lord's name in vain. Hang on. I can probably show the water maybe. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it. Just don't want to bump anything over here. That's showing the water. Probably can't see it. It's not going full bore or anything, just sort of medium, enough that the hose is full of water. And your outlet should be warm. If your outlet, well, my outlet's pretty cool, I could probably turn the water down a bit. If your outlet pipe is cold, then you're wasting water. You really need that that heat transfer. Mine's a bit cold. I could probably turn it down, but I'm going to leave it like that because I'm tied in here between things. Look, things you do, eh? The other thing I can do now is I should get rid of that. I'll knock that over later. I can guarantee you that. Wipe it out. So I'm just cleaning my. I can go straight into a filter pod thing. I could have used the same one, but I screwed it up before and didn't. I don't know how fast I'm coming out. This could be fraught with danger. I don't know if I should put the top camera on. We'll be all right. Should be plenty. I keep forgetting you can hear me breathe. I keep thinking, oh, I've got the camera off. They're not going to be able to hear me. Puff, puff. 49, you reckon? I reckon, yeah, 48. I do. 48 was going to be my guess, but if you're saying 49, I might believe you. Oh, all right, get rid of the barkeeper's friend, which we'll use in a minute if we get time. We should get time. Oh, we can't use it on the... Oh, it doesn't matter. You can still use it on the Brewzilla. Can't use it on the G40 because I haven't emptied the grain out yet. 47, someone's got 47. I've got a prize of a new Gen 4 Brewzilla. No, that was a joke. I can't even get one myself at the moment. Uh-oh, it's slow loading in. Have I lost it? No, it's still loading. Thought, people are trying to get in there. All right, that's probably cool enough to take a reading. Maybe we can do this again. It worked last time, sort of. But I've had a feeling that screen, we're in a different position. Something's different. I'm dropping a beer glass. I'm using Nottingham. I was going to use Brye 97, but I need this fermented pretty fast. I think Brye's very fast too, but I think Nottingham might just be a little bit quicker, especially with 2 packs in it. We should smash it away. All right. How are we going? Let me just have a check. Well, we're getting... Well, still a little bit to go. What was that noise? I think we've got enough time here. All right. Is there enough in there? Lovely colour. If I do say so myself, not that you can really see. Come on. So it must be filtering... Oh, pour some on the bench. It must be filtering some out, or it would be still going as fast as it was at the start. All right. And again, I know they cover their asses with that, and I know that you'll get a much more accurate reading. They do say something about, the sensor getting blocked or whatever, but I don't know, you'd have to be pretty unlucky, I think. But, it's new, they're expensive, so you do what you're told, I guess. Just want to make sure that it's not got water in it. Doesn't taste too bitter, but it is bitter, which I'm happy about. There's a nice sample with no bubbles. That's even better. Lucky my new phone is splash proof apparently. Soon find out. I don't have to chill this because it should already be cool enough from going through the chiller. Face recognition. It actually works. It actually works on the iPad. It wouldn't work on my phone. All right, what did we have it set on? Yep, Gravity 2020. And we'll go just a quick reading mode. Actually, no, we'll do... Oh, it's on continuous. I thought I just changed it. Maybe I didn't. All right. Everyone got their bets on? Did I turn it on? No, I didn't. It's on. I'm not sure if I should have actually had the stuff in before I turned it on or not. I can't see it. Let's push some through, get any water out. And stop measurement. I can't see what I'm doing. Values are out of range. Sometimes it does this. It's just a little bit. It says values are. Oh, there we go. Values are out of range, and you just press it again, and then it goes 1048. It's saying. I didn't make that up. There it is. We'll try again to start. Restart. 1048. Who's the king? Idiot. There you go, 1048. And the sample's at 25 degrees. I'm going in a bit warm. Although it's very hot here today. Very hot. I could slow that going in. I don't reckon that's 25 in there now. I found it the other day. I got it out when I was chilling it and put it on the bench. And by the time I stuffed it around and got it into the machine, because it was like 35 degrees, I think it wasn't 35, 30 degrees in here. It had heated up. It does look like the red O with the red X green. There's the tube cone, so we must be getting down. How much have we got in? I don't think we're not. I planned it for like a 24 litre batch, or 25 litre batch, but I usually do that so I don't have to get every last dreg out of the kettles. Although that's still got 10 litres underneath that screen, so there should be plenty to go. Oh, we're at the screen now. I was thinking that was the bottom, but it's not. When you see that in the G40, it means you're finished. I forgot we've still got probably 10 litres to get out of this. Yeah, it's stinking hot going in. Yeah, that's nice and cool coming out. Yeah, I reckon it's in the mid low 20s. I could back it off, but I'm in a hurry. I don't want to back it off, and I can just whack this in the fridge. If I wanted to pitch yeast, oh, it's not too bad. I could still pitch yeast, and then the fridge will take an hour or two to bring it, a couple of hours to bring it down. By that stage, the yeast will be all excited by going in warm, and she'll be off like a rocket. As I said, if I wasn't in such a hurry, I'd just back it off a bit more. I did have these for sale, but I took them off because I was going away for over January. Took them off the website. They're not as good as this one, but they still work. They were the only ones I could get. But I need the 3D printer thing for them because they hurt your fingers. They work, but they hurt your fingers. So I'm going to try and 3D print like a thing that goes over it. This one hurt your fingers too. The one I used to have with a bar, I've still got it somewhere. That was the best one, but I couldn't buy them again. I don't know if you can see in there. Probably see in there about as good as I can. Pretty hopeless. I can't see the measurements. I don't want to take the whole lid off. It's just a bit of a pain. Can't remember where the measurements are. I think. Oh, there they are. We're nearly at 6 gallons. What's that one say? I need my torch. That was something litres. Well, what 6 gallons is about 23 litres. We're nearly at 23, which is what I usually aim for. Even though I do 25 litre batch, as long as I get 23, that's all I'm happy, you know. And that sounds like we're starting to get to the end of that. Yeah, we are. That's all right. I'll just see if it's still coming out or if it's stopped. That's it. And we got, we got 23 litres. We're about 2 millimetres under 6 gallons. So, and you know, if I was anal, this whole chiller's still got wort in it. I could pick it up and get it out, but I'm not going to bother. I've got what I want. Got what I want. All right, that's that bit. Except I'm happy that I can throw this yeast in straight away. Yeah, you calibrate at 20 C. So they're like all of, you know, they're all of them. Hydros, refracts, they're all 20 C. Even with the automatic temperature compensation, you still want to do it at 20 C if you can. Because the temperature compensation is usually only between like 10 and 30 or something like that. So yeah, just I could have put that in better, but I didn't. That is going to kick off like a freaking rocket. Excuse my back. Oh, now we caught me mic on something for the first time today. I've been doing all right. Not catching the mic on anything. And now I've still got to walk back this way anyway because I can't find my sanitizer spray. There it is, over the freezer so I wouldn't knock it down. It's a lovely colour. I think this is going to be nice. I just use this alcohol sometimes. You shouldn't put it in your beer, but it's instant and it's better than Starseed. Although, as I say that, this lid and everything else down here is in Starseed. I'm putting the tilt in only because I've got that peter in the fridge at the moment. So the tilt can go in. I like to make sure my pickup tube isn't full of Starseed, though you don't really have to worry, and it isn't. And where's the front? I like to have it like that. Dodging around things. I thought this new sort of setup would be easier, but I don't know if it is. And I can still get to that from the front too. Now see, that's when you're fermenting under pressure, people were wondering why they didn't put one of these on the top of the new what are they, Firmzillas? And one of the reasons is it makes manufacturing, it raises the manufacturing price a lot because it's a much more harder manufacturing to get tri-clamps on both ends. It's already gone from a one part blow mold to 2 parts. Like it has to be, a separate thing has to be done. But if you're fermenting under pressure and you start to get a volcano and you've got to try and put on and you're being quick with a tri-clamp, you're fiddling around and the seal goes out of place. With the top of the Firmzilla, you can just go pop and put it in, and you have the ring there, put the ring on, and you're done. Tri-clamps, although sometimes they can be easy, other times they can be the hardest thing you've ever had to put on when you're in a hurry. Whenever you're in a hurry, they're hard. Let's turn this hose off. Don't waste too much more water. All right, so that's, hang on, I've got to put my thing on top. Where do I put that? That's over on the freezer too. Wiggling around places. Let's get that in. What did I just knock over then? Empty can of Coke. Switch cameras over to here. That out the way. Oh, bloody heavy this time. Put more in it than last time. But that's... So you wouldn't have thought that adding that on the front would add so much extra weight. What I might do though this time, didn't do this last time and I regretted it. Take the shelf out. Because while it fits with the shelf, you don't have much room at the top. So if I put this in, you've got a little bit more room at the top. Now it's sticking out a long way with that front on, but if I turn it to the side, it fits in. If you don't have that front on, there's plenty of room, but because I've got that big, probably can't see it, that big thing sticking out the front you might have seen before. Yeah, that fits. The probe goes in there. I don't really like thermo wells, to be honest, but that's what this has got, so I'm using it. I truly have not found any difference in temperature between the thermo well and sticking it on the side and insulating it well. I can imagine there is when you've got a massive, 10,000 litre fermenter, but when you've got a 5 gallon, 6 gallon fermenter, there's not that much difference. There's actually no difference because you see the yeast is moving so much that the whole wort is circulating, so the heat is circulating just as much as the wort is. And I get it if you had a big, massive fermenter, but I just don't see it necessary. I don't like to have it on the freeze plate. We're not hitting the freeze plate, are we? Chill plate? No, we're not. I know you can't see that. Sorry about that. But it saves me. Usually I'm moving tripods and bringing the camera over. Huffing and puffing. It's getting hot in here. I haven't set the pressure on my spunding valve, so I'll have to put some pressure in the fermenter. It's the accurate way. I found if you use a bottle or a tea piece or something to set your spunding, by the time you unhook everything and put your spunding onto the fermenter, that a lot of the time I've bumped it and changed the pressure without even realising. And that sort of thing is not good with pressure fermenting in any vessel. You need to know. I've got 2 pressure relief valves on this, which I tested yesterday. And they're both at around, I think one's rated for 15 and one's rated for 20. They both went off at about 20. And I've seen a lot of people use them lately, even Lemo, using these safety valves, PRVs, as spundings, and that is a really, really stupid idea. Sorry to offend anybody, but it's just a dumb idea. They can glue up so easy. And just having, I've got 3 on here now, well, 2 safety valves and my spunding. And so now I've got pressure in there, I can back it off and set my spunding and leave it, and nothing's going to touch it. I'll back it off. I'm just going to do it about 5 or something like that. And the Nottingham, I'll probably ferment it at about 20 degrees, 19.5. There you go, 19.5. I will do. In my fridge I need to calibrate. It's about 2 degrees out, so if I put it at 17.5, that'll be 19.5. That's my fault. I rushed the calibration. It was working fine, and then I thought, oh, I'll calibrate it for a video. And I rushed it, and since then it's been 2 degrees out and I haven't done it again. Smells good. Big malty and bit of hop there. She's my back. I don't know, it's set to about 6 at the moment. It'll probably go down a little bit more. Temperature, spunding. Done. God, that was a bit of a muck around at the end there. Sometimes I yak too much and don't get prepared. My spindle. Yeah, I'm going to stick it up Satan's arsehole. So, it's a hoppy red ale thing. Amber ale, red ale. Oh, I've still got to wash out the thing. So 48, then I'm happy with that. I'm happy with, oh no, leave that in while I rinse it out. I am happy with 48. As I said, Brewfather said 46, Grainfather said 50, and I got 48. But Grainfather usually overshoots, I mean under predicts, but because of the stuff around today, I don't know if, you know, and I did raise the mash efficiency by 2 degrees, 2%. So that, you know, might have made a difference, plus the muck around with the sparging and all that sort of stuff. But there you go. How's that, eh? We saved that brew day. The hardest thing of that was the chill, because I wasn't organised. But besides the forgetting the malt pipe, everything went pretty good. Oh, and my flavour addition of the hops. We won't talk about that. Don't tell Steve that. I can rid me about it forever. For the Brewzilla, again, mine was low 80s. I think in the software I had it set. Just let me have a look. I have to go back a while. When was the last time I did a... Are you talking... let's go back to something like... God, I've got so many other people's recipes. If people ask me to look at their recipes, I load them into my Brewfather. I never delete them. I've got so many recipes. I think the Longevity IPA was brewed in the Brewzilla. Yes, it was. I have 81.4 mash, 81.4 it's set at for some reason. Brew house efficiency 72, mash efficiency about 82. But the brew house depends on a lot of things. So it depends on, you know, how much you lose in your chiller. I've got it set up that I lose. I don't use a immersion chiller, so I have, you know, 1 or 2 extra litres added on for waste, so that brings your brew house efficiency down. But mash efficiency, I can't even say that word. That's why I don't say it in videos. Mash efficient. That button never works on that door. I must have accidentally pressed that button somehow and the door rose up. I don't even know where it is. It's under here. Yeah, usually in the low 80s. Now I'm going to have a quick beer before I go and pick up the kids. Oh, forgot you can hear me. Keep forgetting about this wireless mic. Lucky I didn't talk about somebody. To myself. You've got to be careful with these wireless mics. All right, this one is not going to be a see well. Is my last IPA I did. It is clear. Don't know what it looks like on the screen. This is the one that was nearly going to be for a competition. It smells like, I don't know. Mate, I'm still like 72. Well, as long as it's constant, that's all you get away. It's probably just your crush. You've probably got a really good crush. Mine probably goes a bit fine, but I don't have any troubles with it. The different, like, it sounds a lot, 10%, but really it's nothing. Like, it really is nothing. If you look at most brew magazines, I think they're set at 65% is what they guess most people will get. So, you know, 72 is great for me. I wouldn't worry. Wouldn't worry about it. Yeah, the aroma's really weird. I dry hopped with Talus and Galaxy, I think it was. And the Talus has got it, given it a real, like a soft thing, like a soft fruit, which I'm not used to in beers. You know, I'm used to the big citrus things. But the taste, there's Mosaic, Simcoe, Talus. There's no Galaxy in the boil. I only dry hopped with it. What else did I say? Amarillo, I think. Something else. It's not bad. I'm undecided. I need someone else to taste it. I should try and bottle a bottle for. Oh, I've got to do a video of bottling. Got that iTap thing I got sent. I'll be hassling me again soon. I got sent one of those one of these things. iTap X. iTap X. I don't know if they're any different from the other older ones, but I get something new on it. They look all the same, but I haven't really studied the other ones. That's a pet bottle one. But I've got to do that's the next video after the Easy Dens. Oh, I can't do it up again. But I've got to have some beer to bottle. Oh, I've still got some porter in there as well. I don't know, Dave, I can't really do it now. Dave's probably gone to work. There's a guy that brews around the corner, Dave, that drops me beers off. Actually, I had one of his last ones. I forgot he dropped off 2. I was going to drink it last night. Thanks, Dave. And Vince lives in Werribee too, not far away. But this keg's going to be empty before the competition. Oh. It'd be cool if it could be swapped over. I don't know if it'll be able to be. You'd have to swap. I mean, you might be able to swap the whole board. But you still got to take it out and put the lid on, don't you? But I guess you got to do that with most of them. Can you cap on foam with them? I guess you can. I guess you just squeeze it up. I'm fussy when it comes to bottling. Far out, I stink. Sweaty. Bet you all needed to know that. Oh, that's really nice. It is like some days, like today, I go, that's really nice. It's still not what I wanted to put in the competition. Like it's not. I wanted it really bitter. And I think I've discussed this somewhere else. It might have been in the Patreon video. I think it's the 7.3% alcohol takes away a bit of the bitterness. But the bitterness comes through later, but I'd rather the bitterness be right up front. And because it's an IPA competition, everyone's going to be pushing the boundaries. I didn't want to push the boundaries. I just wanted to do a straight West Coast IPA, but it had to be bitter. And that's what I think it's just lacking. It's not what I wanted to put in. And that's why I wanted to put a flavour add in today's beer, and I forgot. Oh, thanks, Bertie, for being my timekeeper again. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Thanks for your support. I've got to go soon. I've got to leave to pick up the kids in 10 minutes, so I won't be able to clean up now. But yeah, if someone is still watching that was asking about the cleaner, yeah, that barkeeper's friend is the bomb. No, they look good. I mean, the whole principle's there, isn't it? Like it just seals and then gas comes out. The only thing, it's flushing the bottles. I get so paranoid that I'll probably let it flush for 10 minutes before I fill it. Why is there a dog out the front? Don't you fucking bark at me, dog. Oh, excuse my language. Why is there a dog out the front? Yay! Oh, nearly. Don't let your dog out and run away. Sorry, yelling at the neighbours. I don't know where they're from. They must be from behind us or something. Yeah, so that's it. Now I've got to clean up 2 brewing vessels today. Yeah, well, thanks for watching mine. The mash bit was the smoothest bit of the day, and that was the bit I really mucked up. And that was the smoothest bit. Yakking too much. Look at the red colour in that beer. Look at that. Wonder if it's going to end up like that. I'll soon find out, I guess. Don't you just screw it to a wall? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to put it on. Just like a board or something. It'll be screwed onto the board that me Brewzilla sits on during brew day, and then gaffer tape to the wall or something. I might go down and see if I can get some wood contact to make it look fancy for the video. Yeah, well, see, this one's a pet bottle one too, so he asked me which one I wanted, and I went, well, I don't really use glass anymore, Well, I don't bottle much, so I thought, pet bottle. Oh, bottle cap. Oh, I see. Like a stand. Is that what you mean? It's too easy to drink at 7.3. Way too easy. Quick, I'm going to check and see if Gen 4's on sale yet. I'm going to send them a message tonight and go, what are you doing to me? Well, of course I was thinking about a Gen 4 that I forgot to put my mash pipe in. Wow. But see, I don't know. I don't get. They knew this. They knew this firmware before today. They knew this firmware before today. Wonder what's going on. Unless they've made it. Yeah, they've made it. Could be if Trent's been crooked and Trent might have come back and gone, oh, I've got something new for it. But it'd be a lot of work for him to go all through it again. And see, but see, the thing is, it should all be able to be updated via the wrap thing. You know what I mean? Like, the wrap fridge automatically updates, and like the G40 automatically updates itself. We'll see. I guess. Just wonder when it's going to be. They're going to surprise us. I hope you got enough. Oh, I should turn it off. I hope you got enough info out of that, Phil. Sorry, it was a bit of a balls up. I didn't have anything ready. But I hope you got the gist. I know you see, that's probably comes out of the temper you come out at. But I don't worry about it because I've got a fridge to go into. And well, what mine's saying now is, I don't know if you can read it up there, 22.8, 23 degrees. Yeah, so mine went in at 23 degrees. And that's with the thermo well. So that's in, right inside the were. So I got that down to 23. I don't know what my groundwater will be still pretty warm here. It's hot today, I'm sweating. It's cooled down a bit now. It's got cloudy. Oh no, the neighbour's gone to pick up the kids. It's funny, all the people that drive to school to pick up their kids have to leave before I do. I think it takes longer for them. They've got to find a parking and drive. And they never offer me a lift either, the bastards. They can probably see I need the exercise. And there's my alarm. Well, that's me 5-minute mark, but I've really got about 10 minutes. So they leave now. I don't have to leave for about another 10 minutes and I can get there and pick up the kids. Give us a lift, you mongrel. Thanks for watching, everyone. Been a good day, except for me being lazy. I thought I had, because I got so much organised last night, I forgot about the things that you have to do on brew day, like the chiller. That wasn't done last night. That was the problem. I had the water sorted, I had the salt sorted, I had the hops. Well, the hops are virtually sorted. Yeah, same to you, Mike. Thanks for your support. Michael Eade is a legend in the homebrew community. Very nice bloke. Pleasure to know him. And to One Bloke Brewing, he's a good bloke too. Actually, Kelly asked me, like, she goes, it was not last night, but the night before. She goes, you said that bloke across there? I said, yeah. I said, I know he's busy, but yeah, no, I'm still see him around. Well, online. Look like you're going to. Hey, look, there's many people that will tell you, pitch cold and bring it up. But if you actually, sorry, that's how they all talk too, those people. Pitch cold and then bring it up to temperature. But if you actually look on, like, I don't know, at least on Sapphire, they say if you're going to pitch dry, to pitch over 20 degrees, right? So, yeah, should. God, if I had a camera holder and an editor, it'd be much easier. But I'll pitch there, and that fridge is pretty good. But even if, I wouldn't pitch over, 25 is fine to pitch at. As long as you know your fridge can bring it down, in 3 or 4 hours. Where's my little thing? No, it's right in front of me. I should leave my glasses on. I should come over and see your new bloody hangout. Or is it a bloody private club now? Do I have to buy a membership to your little brew thingy? Yeah, try, as long as if you know your fridge is good to work, works good. Yeah, pitch a little warm in, and you'll find what you'll find. No, you won't. So if you have a look at the instructions, if you do a yeast, what do you call it? Not a starter, but a rehydration. If you do yeast rehydration, you're supposed to rehydrate the yeast between, I think it's about 35 degrees, 30 to 35 degrees. If you look on the instructions, like probably not on the packet, but on their website. So yeah, pitching at 25 is totally fine as long as you know you can bring it down. That sounds perfect, One Bloke Brewing. I'll be more organised with the recipe or something next time. I didn't know you were going to throw a recipe at me last time. I was like, oh shit. I'll come up with a recipe. Although it was a good recipe. What did we forget? What did we forgot something? Got a boil over. I can't remember what. Well, I'll blame me for talking too much as usual. Yeah, I'm going to walk home. I'm going to pick up my kids. It's amazing. It looks like it's going to rain. It usually starts peeing down rain in about 2 minutes, at about 3 o'clock, just on pickup time. It's got cloudy, but I better go and relieve myself before I take the mic off before I do that. I thought you put it in. I remember you going drop, 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 but maybe that was after the fact. Or we just left the lid on for the boil. I don't know. I can't remember. There was something. Anyway, yeah, got a bit of boil over. Well, foam over. Anyway, thanks everyone. Thank you very much. Got to go. It's been a pleasure. It's been chaotic. I thought I had everything organised, and then as soon as I put the mould in without the malt basket, I went, oh, it's going to be one of those days. And it was all the way through. But we saved it. It's in the fermenter. It's fermenting, and it's going to be a good one. It's going to be very Kashmiri, whatever that is. Reminds me of Led Zeppelin. Oh, I can't hum a note. I'll get done for copyright. I was only going to do it on Twitch today so I could have music on. And I forgot, I didn't even share the link around. I didn't even tell my Patreons, which is awful. I meant to do that at the start. Tell everybody, and I just forgot. But anyway, thank you. I'll see you next time. I've got to stop. I've got to go for a pee and go and pick up the kids. And it's 3 o'clock now. I've got to go. Ta-da, thank you. Much appreciated. Oh, it's over there, the camera. I'm used to it being over the screen. See you later. I'll let you know how it goes. Get you.